Good afternoon, doctor.
Sir, could you please state your full name for the record and spell your last name?
I'm Dr. Christopher Swalwell. It's Swalwell.
Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, Dr. Swalwell. Where is it that you work?
I work for the Office of the Medical Examiner for San Diego County.
In what particular capacity?
I'm a deputy medical examiner.
How long have you been so employed?
I've been there for about 2.5 years.
And can you give us a brief synopsis of your prior professional experience?
Sure. First of all, I'm a doctor. I have an MD degree. After graduating from medical school, I did an internship. Then I did a residency training in the field of pathology. After that, I did additional training in the field of forensic pathology, which is that aspect of pathology that I'm practicing as a medical examiner. And I've been doing that exclusively for about 5 years. Prior to coming to the office here in San Diego, I was at the LA County Medical Examiner Coroner Office.
How long did you work there, sir?
I was there for also about 2.5 years.
Is there a board certification for forensic pathologists who have attained a degree of expertise?
Yes.
What is that?
Well, all the medical specialties have a board for which you can be certified if you meet the requirements. And basically that means, number one, that you have to take an approved training program, and number two, you have to pass an examination that's given on a nationwide basis.
Doctor, are you board certified?
Yes, I am.
When was that?
Well, I was board certified in the fields of anatomic pathology and forensic pathology back in the fall of, I believe it was 85. And in May of 87, I got my boards in forensic pathology. So I'm actually board certified in 3 different areas.
Is a primary portion of your duties as a deputy medical examiner for San Diego County the performance of autopsies?
Yes, that's certainly one of them.
Can you tell us what the typical autopsy procedure entails?
Sure. Basically, the autopsy is divided into 2 parts, an external examination and then an internal examination. In the beginning, we may photograph the body, x-ray it, do other things that may be necessary, remove clothing and so forth. Then the body is examined from head to toe, looking for identifying features, looking for anything unusual, anything characteristic, any kind of injuries. And then we go ahead and open the body up and actually examine the body cavities, meaning the chest cavity, the abdominal cavity, the neck, and the head.
Did you perform such an autopsy on the body of Linda Broderick on or about November 6, 1989?
Yes.
And that was in your capacity as a deputy medical examiner for San Diego County?
Yes.
Did you determine a cause of death for Linda Broderick?
Yes.
What was it?
She died as a result of a gunshot wound that went through her chest.
Did she have another gunshot wound as well?
Yes, she did.
And where was that?
She also had a gunshot wound that went actually into the head. It went in the back of the head and went into the brain. And that also was part of the cause of death.
What was Linda Broderick wearing when you first started your examination?
She was wearing a pair of pajamas.
2-piece?
Yes. Short.
Now, I would like you to be good enough to come down for a second and assist us here with this. Photographs, Your Honor, we had 2 11 by 14 photographs of appears to be a female body mounted on a single poster board. May that be labeled People's Exhibit 38.
So Mark.
Thank you. Swalwell, I'd like you to stand over to the side so all the viewers can see. I'll give you a pointer here. Now, in that particular exhibit that I just announced, the photographs A and B show the body of Linda Broderick in terms of her, at least trunk area, both front and back.
Yeah.
Now, first of all, how do you, does she exhibit any bullet wounds in those particular photographs there?
Yeah.
How can you tell somebody's a bullet?
Well, bullet wounds are pretty characteristic, and depending on whether they're an entrance or an exit, they'll have different characteristics.
Could you enlighten us on that, please?
Well, an entrance wound is generally a small, round, circular, or oval hole. It will show thin abrasions around the edges of the skin, and it may also show other changes, soot or gunpowder, if it's close enough between the gun and the body.
Now let's concentrate first on the chest wound that Linda Broderick suffered. Can you point out the entrance wound of the chest wound, chest gunshot wound?
Yes, this is the one that's in picture A, and it's the one hole that you see that's on the upper left chest.
And was there an entrance wound for that, or exit wound for that particular gunshot?
Yes, there was.
Where is that depicted?
That's depicted in B, and it's this hole that you see that's on her right back.
Now, turning back to the entrance wound there as to her chest gunshot wound, was there any powder stippling, tattooing, or other indications of gunshot residue on that entrance wound?
No.
And what, if anything, does that indicate to you, Doc?
Well, it indicates to me that this was not a real close range or contact type wound.
If she had been wearing pajamas, as she assumably was, so would that have affected the occurrence of any tattooing, stippling, or powder residue on or about the entrance wound?
Possibly, yeah.
Based on the fact that she was wearing pajamas when she was shot, and you found no residue, what if anything, does that cause you to conclude regarding how far away the gun was from Linda Broderick's body?
Well, what it means is that, as I said before, it's not a close range or contact type wound.
Can you give us, from what you saw during this autopsy, a minimum distance that the muzzle of the gun barrel would have been from Linda Broderick's body when she was shot in the chest?
Well, generally, and this is just kind of generally, it depends on the individual weapon and ammunition. A gun would be expected to deposit soot or powder in the form of stippling up to maybe a foot or two from the barrel, the distance from the barrel to the skin. So in the absence of that, it means to me that the distance was greater than, say, a foot or two.
And let's say if the gun used was a 38 special loaded with plus P Hydroshock hollow points, would that alter your opinion in any respect?
Well, not really, because I'm not a firearms expert.
Okay. And you would defer to the opinion of a qualified firearms expert?
Right. The best way to determine that would be to actually test fire the weapon.
Okay. And you didn't do that, did you?
I did not do that.
Did you trace the path of this bullet after it entered Linda Broderick's chest, as you've indicated, and as it passed through the body and exited through the shoulder area that you've also indicated?
Yes, I did.
Could you tell us what path it took?
Sure. It went into the body, actually went through a part of the breastbone, and then went into the right side of the chest. It went through the right lung, came out the back between the ribs, fifth and sixth ribs, as I recall, and then went through a part of the scapula, or shoulder blade bone, and then came out here, as you see. on the back.
Now, the rear head wound, can you tell us if there's an entrance wound there for that? I think you already have, actually. Was there any powder stippling or tattooing or residue found in and around that particular entrance wound?
No.
And now you're referring to the wound that's shown, it's back of her head on photograph B in front of the jury?
Yes, the one you can see on B.
Does that lead you to the same conclusion that the muzzle of the gun would have been somewhere between a foot or 2 feet away at the minimum?
Yes.
Now, did you trace the bullet path of the second gunshot wound that entered the back of Linda Broderick's head?
Yes.
And what was it?
Well, it went into the skull in the back of the head. It went through the brain stem, which is part of the brain, the lower part of the brain that connects the large part of the brain with the spinal cord. Also went through portions of the rest of the brain, and the bullet came to rest partly embedded in the inner side of the skull in the right frontal region.
Did you locate that bullet?
Yeah.
How was that done?
Well, the bullet was recovered once the head is open. We obviously have to open up the head, remove a portion of the skull, remove the brain, and then once that's done, we just pull out the bullet. We usually have a pretty good idea where it is because we take x-rays ahead of time.
Was that done in this case?
Yes.
And did you successfully locate the bullet in Linda Broderick's head?
Yes.
Or was it removed
Yes.
and given to the police to process into evidence?
Yes.
Now, I have a dummy here with some dowels that have been inserted into it. Now, this is purely for demonstrative purposes. The court wishes to be marked.
Mr. Early, what's your pleasure? No, Mark.
Thank you. Sometime before coming to court today, Dr. Swalwell, or this afternoon, did you take this dummy and position these dowels to correspond with the path of the 2 gunshot wounds, the bullets followed for Linda Broderick?
Yes, I did.
Can you, let's say, starting with the chest wound, describe that for the jury?
Okay, this here would represent the entrance gunshot wound, or the same wound that you see in picture A. And the one then on the back would be the corresponding exit wound. And the rod is demonstrating the path that bullet took through the chest.
Okay, let's rotate this around now and then talk about the bullet path for the head wound that she suffered. Please go ahead.
Okay, this demonstrates or this would represent the entrance that you see again in photograph B in the back of the head. And the dowel is positioned to try to closely simulate the angle that it would be going through the skull. It doesn't come out because the bullet didn't come out, so there's no exit wound corresponding to that one.
Now, if I rotate the dummy again, can you show the jury where the bullet was recovered from the inside of the skull on Linda's head?
Yeah, it basically would be the inside of the forehead of the skull that's in that location.
And it was right up against the skull wall, so to speak, on the inside?
Yeah, the bone was the bullet was actually partly into the skull bone.
Thank you. Why don't you just stay right there, we'll continue on. It was a blood and drug screen done on Linda's body tissues, blood, urine, etc.
Yeah.
What were the results of that blood screen and drug screen?
No alcohol or drugs were detected in her system.
Now, turning now to the fatal nature of the gunshot wounds that Linda suffered, you stated that the chest wound would be fatal.
The chest wound could be fatal by itself, yes.
Without the additional head wound.
Yes.
Would that have caused death necessarily immediately?
No.
Understanding that there's probably a range, well, why don't you tell us what the range would be with a reasonable degree of medical certainty, how long Linda would have lived after she incurred just a chest wound, assuming that she was not later shot again from the back of the head?
Well, if she had just had the chest wound,
Your Honor, I'm going to have objections irrelevant.
It's very relevant.
Overruled, go ahead.
if she just had the chest wound, as I indicated before, wouldn't expect her to die right away. What basically happens is that there's a buildup of blood bleeding from the wound inside the chest. There may be a escape of air. There's blood that gets into the airway and sort of chokes it off. And it takes a little bit of time to get to the point where that causes death. It's hard for me to say exactly, and I could only say that generally it's a matter of minutes, ranging from maybe a few minutes, 2 or 3 minutes, to as much as an extreme possibility, maybe a half an hour or so.
And during this period, would she be capable of moving?
Well, at least for part of that period, until she got to the point where she lost enough blood or couldn't get enough oxygen so that she would pass out.
Now let's turn to Linda's head wound. Would that also be fatal by itself?
Yes, definitely.
And how long would it take for that head wound to cause her death?
Well, this is one of those wounds that kills you virtually instantly.
After she had been shot in the head, as she was, would she be capable of any further voluntary muscular movements?
No.
Would her body move at all after she was shot?
Well, the body could move passively, but not anything voluntarily.
You're talking about if the body, by way of inertia, had been presently moving when it was shot, that Linda would have probably kept on moving by process of inertia until she fell.
Yeah, by momentum and gravity, whatever movement she might have had would continue until she falls or comes to her final position.
Now, assume for a moment that the bullet that went through Linda's chest and out her back was found underneath her, that it had gone through the fitted mattress sheet and then it kind of furrowed into the mattress pad beneath that and then stopped. Is that an unusual circumstance in your professional experience? That the bullet would go through somebody's body and then hitting something rather soft or fragile like a mattress pad, it would stop?
No, not necessarily.
Why would that be?
Well, it just depends on how much energy is lost when that bullet as it goes through the body. In that kind of example, then obviously most of the energy was expended, the bullet was barely able to come out and then wouldn't go much further beyond that.
Have you seen that situation in other homicides that you've attended?
I believe so, yeah.
Now let's turn to the autopsy performed on Daniel Broderick. Was this done the same day
Yes, it was.
as Linda's?
Yes.
And Your Honor, I'm sorry, 40, actually, this has already been identified, People's 22, Sergeant DeGelder identified that. But I think he only identified photograph B. Looking at all four photographs here, A through D, are you familiar with those photographs?
Yes.
And do they show the body of Daniel T. Broderick that you performed the autopsy on 11/6/1989?
Yes.
What was Mr. Broderick wearing when he was examined by yourself?
He's wearing only a pair of boxer shorts.
What was his cause of death?
He died as a result of a single gunshot wound that went through the chest.
And looking at People's Exhibit 22, can you point out the entrance wound of that gunshot suffered by Daniel Broderick?
Yes, it's actually demonstrated in two of the photographs, C and D. It would be the circular hole that you see in C and the hole in D that you see the rod is going into.
Now, was there any powder, stippling, tattooing, or other residue around that entrance wound?
No,
And would that lead you to the same conclusion that the muzzle of the gun therefore must have been at least 2 to 3 feet away or farther?
yeah,
Did you trace the bullet path of the gunshot wound that Daniel suffered?
yeah,
And can you explain that to the jury, please?
sure. In this case, it went in the back. It fractured through one of the ribs, the 9th rib, before it went actually into the chest cavity. It perforated through the right lung and then came out the front of the chest and the shoulder area between the first and second ribs, and made a hole as you see in photographs A and B as the exit.
Now, looking at photograph C, can you tell us what's depicted there, please?
This is the entrance gunshot wound.
I'm sorry, I'm looking for photograph D, actually, I mean.
Okay, D again, as I said before, shows the entrance, and in this case, it has a metal rod going into it that was placed to simulate the direction that the bullet took through the body.
And as you did with the model that stood in for Linda Broderick, did you similarly place a dowel to show the bullet path or trajectory for Daniel Broderick?
Yes, I did.
Granted, we have another one of these foam models with the dowel, and I would like to have it down to use for demonstrative purposes, not be labeled.
Mr. Early, you have no objection?
All right, go ahead. I'll hold up in front of the jury here another foam model, this time a male model with a wooden dowel. Can you explain to the jury what you have here?
Okay, this is a reconstruction of the path that the bullet took through the body. What you're seeing from the front is actually the exit that again is depicted in photographs A and B. The entrance is on the back, where the dowel actually goes in on the right back.
So in this case, the bullet was moving up towards the shoulder.
Yes.
Now, Daniel's gunshot wound that he suffered, would that have been immediately fatal?
No, not necessarily.
Would the same process have taken place with him as it would have with Linda's had she not been shot in the head?
Yes.
He also would have been capable of living from any time up to approximately half an hour in the extreme.
Yes, it would have been about the same time period as I described for Linda.
During that time period, if he had medical intervention, could he have possibly been saved?
Yes.
Can you give us any instances of other, maybe more notable gunshot situations where that's been done? Where somebody has suffered a gunshot wound to the chest?
Your Honor, objection. Conclusion, speculation.
Well, he's an expert in the field. If you can answer that, if you can, Doctor.
Well, the example I usually use is President Reagan. He was shot in the chest and the bullet went through the lung, but he survived. Of course, he got immediate medical attention.
Did your autopsy show that Daniel did indeed live for a period of time after he was shot in the chest?
For sometime, yeah.
Was this due to the fact that he had blood in his airway and he had also some amounts of blood in his stomach?
Yes.
What does that indicate to you, Doctor?
Well, he had blood in his airways that actually went down into his lungs, which indicates to me that he was actually breathing that blood in, meaning that he didn't die instantly. He at least took some breaths. Same thing with the blood in the stomach. At least swallowed a small amount of blood into the stomach.
That evidence doesn't tell you how long he could have lived, does it?
No, it doesn't help.
Okay. I want to show you one other photograph taken after the scene of 2 homicides. And this exhibit has already been labeled in response to this People's Exhibit 8. I want to draw your attention, Doctor, to one particular photograph, and that is photograph D, right at the top here. Assuming for a moment that Daniel Broderick's head is right about where this blood and this foamy stuff is up there. Does that in any way aid you in showing that he was alive for some period of time?
Well, yes, in that there's this foamy liquid here, and foam is a product of air and liquid, and it means that he had liquid in the lungs, but he was also breathing air into that, so it gets mixed together and produces foam.
Now, if a witness to the scene testified that there was actually more foam here than appears in the picture when it was first discovered before it was photographed, that indicates to you that he lived even a longer time than what's shown here in this picture?
Yes.
Now, after Daniel was shot, would he be capable of, let's say,
Can you resume the stand?
yes, sure, thank you. Would he have been capable of, let's say, sitting up?
It could have been, yes.
Would he have been capable of, let's say, reaching for a phone on the nightstand near where he lay?
Yes.
Would he be capable of having of speaking to people for at least a limited period of time?
It could have been, yes.
Did you note any injuries to the outsides, in other words, where the knuckles and the outside of the fingers are of Daniel's hands?
Yes.
What did you see there?
On the right hand, he had several abrasions or scrapes on the back of the middle ring and middle finger.
Any others?
No, I think they were confined to those 3
Okay.
fingers, as I recall.
Would they have been consistent with him being struck with some sort of hard or rough object?
Struck in the sense of a glancing blow. It could be,
Kind of a swipe, would that be more accurate?
yes.
Now, did you also perform a drug and alcohol screen for Dan's blood, urine, other tissues from his body?
I did send blood and tissue urine to be examined, yes.
You didn't personally do it, but there was a lab that did it for you.
Yes, a lab within our office.
What were the results of that?
He had a .04 alcohol level in his postmortem blood.
What about in his vitreous humor?
There was a .07 level of alcohol in the vitreous.
What does that tell you, the difference between those two figures?
Well, what it indicates is, first of all, that you have to know that vitreous, the values in the vitreous tend to lag behind the values of the blood. because there's a barrier between the blood and the vitreous. So it tends to indicate that at some point in time, his blood alcohol level was higher.
And at the time of his death, what would it be?
Well, the blood level that I quoted would be the one that's the best representation of what his alcohol was at the time he died.
And that would have been 0.04%.
Right.
When you did you examine Daniel's liver?
Yes.
And were there any physical abnormalities in it that you could see?
No, nothing significant.
Was there anything in your entire examination of Daniel Broderick's body that would have indicated that he was either alcoholic or abused alcohol?
Your Honor, objection.
Parole, can you answer that?
No, I mean, other than the fact that he had alcohol in his blood at the time he died, there wasn't any other stigmata of chronic alcohol abuse.
Thank you. Linda, let's go back to Linda for a second. Linda's chest wound, how many inches from the heart did that bullet pass by?
I didn't actually measure it at the time, but going back and reconstructing it, I would estimate it came within a couple inches of the heart.
And as to Dan's chest wound, how many inches from the heart did that bullet pass?
That one I would say is about the same, maybe a couple inches.
Now bear in mind that we've used some foam models and we had a picture here. Could you show the jury on my body where where Linda was shot in the back of her head? I'll just stand up here and you can just.
Would you like me to point it with my finger or the pointer?
Whichever's cleaner.
Okay, it would be approximately in this area here where I'm pointing to right now.
And would you point to the back of my body where Daniel Broderick was shot in the back?
Okay, that would be somewhere in the region of the right back, but in the middle, but very close to the midline.
Thank you, Doctor. I have no further questions.
Cross examine.
Sir, you have some training and expertise in alcoholism?
As I have in the pathology of alcoholism, yes.
Obviously, you can have somebody who's an alcoholic who doesn't have any obvious signs of it, isn't that correct?
That's correct.
So when you have people who have, for instance, been convicted on a number of occasions.
Objection, Your Honor.
You open the door.
I got to cross examine. Are you asking a hypothetical?
Yes.
Based on facts, not evidence sustained. I've heard the evidence that he convicted several times of alcoholism or alcohol.
I'll make an offer of proof, Your Honor.
Fine, why don't you make it? Go ahead.
Sir, do you have any, through your training and experience and your studies in your field, have you developed any other expertise on determining if someone is an alcoholic other than internal examination of their organs?
Well, my expertise is confined to the field of pathology, which basically would be, in addition to examination of organs and tissues, laboratory tests.
Oh, in the field of pathology, you also, to be able to make some determinations, you also have to do some studies of human nature, do you not? Have to have some knowledge of human nature?
Objection argumentative.
Sustained.
Well, for instance, to be able to determine how someone would move and how far they would move and what they'd be able to do, it's more than just working in a laboratory. You have to have some knowledge of human nature, do you not?
Same objection.
Sustained, I don't see the relevance to that. He said that his expertise is limited to the examination of the body
Well,
parts.
sir, but you also render an opinion, for instance, what's likely or not when someone will move and when they won't. Isn't that correct? You were asked that opinion, you were able to render that as an expert, were you not?
Yeah.
Objection, Your Honor, it's argumentative and it doesn't have anything to do with human nature.
Sustained.
Well, Your Honor,
If you want to ask me questions about his field of expertise, go ahead.
sir, when you render an opinion about what is most likely, you don't do an experiment with dead bodies in the pathology lab and then determine what's likely, do you?
Generally not, no.
Okay, so when you're talking about when somebody can move and when they can't move and when they're shot and when they're not shot and how far they'll move, some of that is based on information you get from detectives and what has happened in other cases where you weren't present, isn't that true?
Yes,
And you've testified before in this case that you have to take into consideration the condition of the person's body, the condition of their health to determine how long they may live or whether they may move or not. Isn't that correct?
that certainly could be a factor, yes.
And in the area of pathology, it's not just the working with bodies, but you also take into account how human beings respond in different situations to help render your opinion, do you not?
We may.
And so, for instance, when you say someone may move and may not, that's because depending on the situations, people will do different things. Is that correct?
Objection being overruled. Answer that.
Well, that's part of it. Obviously, there's multiple factors involved, and that may be one of them.
Yeah. And that's something that you obviously consider when you render an opinion as to what's most likely or probable. Isn't that right?
Yeah,
Do you go to the scene of homicide generally when you perform in your work, or usually in a laboratory?
we try to go to the scene when we can.
Okay, did you go to the scene in this case?
In this case, I did not.
And during the when you talk about probability of whether someone will move or not, have you ever heard of the term emergency response syndrome? Fight, flight.
Fight or flight, yes.
Okay. So depending on how the person is, what's going on with them, physiologically and in their mind, you see cases where some people, where you would expect most of the time they wouldn't be able to move, they actually do move.
Objection beyond the scope. Overruled.
It's possible, yes.
I mean, have you heard of cases where people are stabbed in the heart where you would expect them to drop, but you hear about them moving 10, 15, 20 feet?
Yes,
So sometimes you have to get outside information to be able to determine what's likely and what's each particular case. Is that correct? To take it out of just a range of probabilities.
right. In order to be more specific about an individual case.
So when you indicate that somebody is not doing voluntary movement when they're shot, that doesn't mean that when somebody is shot, for instance, their spinal cord, that they might not continue movements that they were already doing. Is that correct? In other words, if somebody is running, they might get shot in the back of the head or sever their spinal cord, and they might still take a step or two, continue the movements that their body was already doing.
Yes,
So while we say voluntary movement is ceased, the movement that the body is already doing may continue. A person may move a few steps, they may be turning over, continue to turn the movement they've already started. Is that correct?
yes, so they indicated earlier, these are more a phenomenon of momentum and gravity, and there may be some reflex actions that cause movements as such.
Okay. So somebody who obviously is running or moving away from something and then gets shot may continue that movement as a reflex movement or momentum. Is that right?
Yes,
In this case, you weren't able to determine, there was nothing there that told you, you're not able to determine whether the person had some of the reflex movement or momentum continue their movement, where there was no information that you had that said that this was, for some reason, a person that could not have done that? In other words, it's capable in everyone with this kind of wound.
It's possible, yes.
Okay, so in this case, was there any evidence that told you that that did not happen in this case from your examination of the body?
Well, I would have no way of telling just from examining the body.
Okay. So it's not that the wound was, if it would have been because of its exact location, you can say that there's never any reflex in these kind of wounds, or never any kind of momentum movement.
Well, that's correct, but you have to understand we're talking about something that's going to occur in a very brief period after the shot.
Okay. We're not talking about someone running a 100-yard dash, but we're talking about someone running, they might go an extra few feet or continue one more step. That's what you're talking about.
Yes.
Okay. Now the wound to Daniel Broderick, that was through and through, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, there are wounds that you see to people that, where the bullet goes, breaks the skin and can fall out, but it's not a through and through wound, isn't there?
Well, I think if I understand what you're getting at, is there are instances where the bullet may partly break through the skin, maybe just underneath the skin or partly hanging out, and then sometime later fall out.
Okay.
That's, yes, certainly.
Okay, and you can tell there's a difference in the kind of exit wound between those wounds and the one you saw in this case, is that correct?
Not necessarily.
And what do you mean by not necessarily?
Well, once the bullet completely falls out, it's completed the hole, so to speak, and I may or may not be able to tell in a particular instance if the bullet came out immediately or sometime thereafter.
In I remember testifying in a previous trial in this matter.
Yes, I do.
And you remember being asked in this trial whether this wound appeared to you to be a wound where the bullet went through the body and kept traveling after it left the body?
Yes,
And do you remember testifying that that's what it appeared to be to you?
that's what
I
I
asked
said.
counsel, excuse me, I asked counsel for a reference and he gave the witness opportunity to lose the transcript.
It's 112. Okay, so there was at least this wound was there something that made you feel that way?
That's what I said at the time then.
Well, that was more closer to the time of the incident, is that right?
Yes.
Is there something that's made you change your mind and say that the bullet was not one that traveled through the body and kept traveling after it went through?
Yes.
What's that?
Well, in the interim, I've had the opportunity, obviously, to think about the case quite a bit and also to review close-up photographs of the wounds and discuss the wounds. And so I have a little bit different opinion, at least as regarding to the wound on Dan Broderick.
Okay, so now you testified at a preliminary hearing in this matter, is that correct?
I believe so, yes.
And at that time, as an expert under oath, you had reviewed your report, obviously, before you testified, didn't you?
Yes,
And you had an opportunity to see the pictures, didn't you? In fact, you were shown pictures, weren't you?
at the prelim, I assume so, I don't recall.
Okay, and your opinion then, as an expert, was it was a through-to-through wound with the gun, with the bullet continuing to travel, is that correct?
I don't recall if I said that in the preliminary trial or not.
At the trial itself, Obviously, you had a chance to discuss the case with the district attorney before the trial, did you not?
Yes,
Okay. You had a chance to discuss what you saw in your autopsy, did you not?
yes,
And you went through the pictures with the district attorney, did you not?
I probably did.
And you saw the pictures when you were in front of the jury, is that correct? Is that correct?
I saw at least some of the pictures, yes,
And you were testifying as an expert,
yes,
and it was your opinion at that time that it was a through and through wound. The bullet kept traveling.
yes.
Now, you've said that you've looked at the pictures again, and now you have a different opinion, and you've had some discussions.
Yes, I had a chance to see not only the original pictures, but the pictures blown up, as he will, enlarged, which I did not have at the previous trial.
Your Honor, I would like to approach the bench and ask the court to take judicial notice.
All right, come on up.
Sir, is it your testimony?
Hold on, Mr. Earl.
Oh, I'm sorry. The most important person.
Go ahead.
Is it your testimony that this is the first time that you've seen these pictures blown up? This is pictures of Linda Copino, number 38.
No, I'm not saying that.
Okay. You didn't see these the last trial, or you did?
I don't recall. I mean, I know I've seen the pictures. I don't recall what size they were.
But you testified that this is your first opportunity to see these pictures blown up, and that's the reason that you changed your mind. Is that correct?
Objection that misstates the evidence.
Sustained.
What is your testimony? What was your testimony about what you saw that changed your mind? These pictures?
No, I don't believe it was those specific pictures. What I said was that I saw a picture of the exit wound, an enlargement of one picture of that wound.
Well,
And I don't believe that that is the picture that I recall.
you've seen a different enlargement of this than this?
Yes, I believe so.
Where did you see that?
It was something shown to me by the district attorney.
Your Honor, I would ask if I could, before I finish my cross.
Sure. Just for the record, will you identify what the photo board you've just been showing?
22.
Fine.
Did I get they were larger than these pictures?
To tell you the truth, I don't specifically recall how big it was. I'm only referring to the exit wound.
So you're referring to either A or B?
Right.
And so these pictures you weren't able to see. There was another picture that showed you a better picture of the exit wound than these?
At least a different picture. I'm not sure.
Blown up to this size?
I don't know. I don't recall specifically how big it was.
I would like to be able to request that we have the picture now, so.
It's not a problem, Your Honor. We give them a full set of, I think
It's
that's
the
a full set
same-
of autopsy
same-
photographs.
same photo.
No, I want to see the blown up one.
There's no blown up one.
Go ahead. There's no blown up one. There's no blown up one.
Uh,
Do you have a full set of the autopsy photos?
Well, I'm trying to find out where this blown up one he's talking about, we saw that was different than here. Assuming that these are the only blown up pictures. Are you saying there's different ones than this, or these are the ones?
Your Honor, there are other photographs. They are of the same thing. They may be different sizes. We have no objection to showing the council. I mean, there's 3x5, there's blown up to 8x10, there's blown up to 11x14, and there may be some others that are blown up even more. But it's the same photograph.
Can make those available to Mr. Earl?
Oh, okay, it's the same photograph, that's fine,
All right.
that's fine. So there's no, you believe, are you saying that you saw a different photograph than these?
No, no. I'm not saying that I saw different photographs. I'm just saying I saw the photographs at different magnification, if you will. And I've seen other photographs in addition to these of the same injury.
So you're saying that there was one that's even bigger than this one that you saw?
I'm saying I don't recall if that specifically is the one that I examined or
Have
not.
you seen any that were bigger than this?
That were bigger,
That were blown up more than these were?
I couldn't say for sure.
But you agreed that the last time at trial you saw, when you testified under oath, you saw these pictures, is that correct?
I believe so.
Okay. And you're saying that from these pictures, you weren't able to make the determination?
No, I'm not saying that.
But something changed your testimony?
Changed my opinion.
And can you tell me what that was?
Yes, as I said before, well, let me just indicate that to the best of my recollection, that was the first time that I was ever asked that question, meaning when you asked me at the trial. Since then, I've had many months to review the case and think about it, to review the pictures, to discuss various aspects of the scene, to try to think of explanations for certain observations made on those photographs. And so as a consequence of that, I have a different opinion on that one particular wound.
So, sir, when you gave your opinion last time, you gave an opinion even after seeing the pictures, and subsequently decided that your opinion was wrong.
That's correct.
And
Or let me say it could have been wrong.
now, when you gave the estimate in this case about the wounds, how long someone might have lived, you've indicated that a couple minutes is the most probable that you could give. I mean, that's the range that's most probable. There could be some circumstances where there's an extreme of a half an hour.
Objection, that was not his testimony. Overruled.
No, I didn't say that a couple minutes was the most probable. I said it ranged from a couple minutes to the extreme of maybe a half hour.
So you can't say your answer, you would not be able to answer that question. We're probably talking about a matter of a few minutes. I mean, at least a minute or two. It could have been longer. You can't answer like that. You have to say that it's between a minute and a half an hour.
I'm sorry, I don't understand the question.
Well, when you're asked a question, how long would a person live? Would you start by saying that it could matter a few minutes, at least a minute or two, and it could have been longer? Or are you saying that that's not really true? It's between 1 minute and a half hour?
Well, in my own mind, I don't quite understand the difference.
When someone asks you how long something can happen, if the range is for 1 minute to 30 minutes, normally people say 1 to 30 rather than it's probably 1 or 2, but maybe longer. Isn't that right?
I don't recall it. I said it was probably 1 or 2 minutes. I'm sorry.
Okay, reading your preliminary hearing testimony, I'm referring to page 154. Page 154, a question that was asked, the range of time, and then your answer is on page 155.
Read it yourself. Don.
Yeah, you can read it to yourself.
Okay.
You were just asked a question about how long someone would live, is that correct?
Right. I'm sorry. I was confused about the previous questions. I thought you were asking me what I had stated earlier in this trial, not in the preliminary trial.
Well, okay. At the preliminary hearing, when you were asked a question, your answer was not 1 to 30 minutes, but probably 1 to 2 minutes.
That's not the testimony, Your Honor.
Let me read it.
Why don't you?
Well, probably we're talking about a matter of a few minutes. I mean, at least 1 or 2. It could have been longer, could have been several minutes. Not likely the more to be a half an hour. An hour would be the extreme maximum. Remember that answer?
Yes.
So you started out by saying probably a minute or 2, is that correct? Or a
That's
few
not
minutes?
what he said.
The answer speaks for itself. I'll read the answer again. That wasn't what he said. Read the answer again.
Well, probably we're talking about a matter of a few minutes. I mean, at least a minute or 2. It could have been longer, could have been several minutes. Not likely to be more than, half an hour. An hour would be the extreme maximum. That was your testimony then, is that correct?
Yes.
You indicated there was a small amount of blood that was in the stomach of Mr. Daniel Broderick.
Yes.
Okay. Now, when we talk about a person living, a person might be unconscious immediately, is that correct? And still live?
Yes.
Okay, so you don't have any way of knowing whether these people were conscious or unconscious immediately, do you?
That's correct.
And even when someone's unconscious, they continue to breathe, is that correct?
Assuming they're not dead, yes.
Okay. And so what we're talking about here, the amount of blood that you found in the stomach, was an indication that the person had swallowed once or twice?
Possibly, yes.
A lot more than that, or?
Well, no, it didn't appear to be a lot.
Okay. And the breathing that the person did as far as mixing the amount of blood, something that could happen in a very short period of time, within a minute or 2, is that correct?
Yes.
Even the amount that you saw in the photo, even assuming there could be 10 or 20% more foam, we're still talking that can happen in a minute or 2, isn't that right?
Yes.
When you show the angles of entry in a body, we're talking about during a period of time. This is where the bullet entered, and this is how it exited. Is that correct? Am I making sense? I can withdraw the question, ask it.
I'm not quite sure I understand.
Okay. When a bullet enters the body, it goes through it like this. You're not able to tell necessarily where somebody was standing, where they fired the gun, just by the autopsy itself, and where someone was standing when they were hit and you were laying or sitting.
No, I mean, not without knowing where the gun was when it went off.
Okay, so somebody, when they are moving, they may be turning around, they may be doing anything, but the path of the bullet shows where the bullet hit it in that second of time, the body, is that correct?
Right, I can't even tell if the body is moving or still at the time that it's shot.
Okay. In the path of the bullets, Sometimes bones will deflect paths of bullets.
Sometimes, yes.
Ribs, less likely. As the bones get thicker, they better chance of it.
Right.
Okay, so I take it there's a difference between the sternum and the ribs as to which one may deflect a path and which one may not.
Well, there's a little bit of difference. The sternum is a little bit thicker than the ribs.
And the shoulder blade?
The shoulder blade is quite thin.
Okay. And depending on what the angle is, they can still deflect or the speed of the bullet, can they not?
I'm sorry,
Depending on how, you indicated that a bullet, when it goes through the body, how far it travels outside the body. Sometimes it's just how much energy is absorbed by the body.
right.
Okay. I take it that the slower the bullet is traveling, the more chance that it's going to be deflected by a bone.
Yeah.
Okay. So a bullet that has a lot of energy and goes through the body and is still traveling very fast and goes into a wall, less chance of being deflected than one that's slowed down considerably in the body, almost to the point of stopping. Is that correct?
Yes.
And it was your opinion that, at least now it's your opinion, that at least on Daniel Broderick, you feel that the wound is not a through and through wound?
No, I didn't mean to say that. What I meant to say is that it could have been either way.
I have no further questions at this time.
How long are you going to be, Mr. Burkhoff?
It might be a little bit, this might be a good time.
All right, we'll take our evening recess at this time. Ladies and gentlemen, please remember the admonition, and also please remember not to look for yourself on television or read about yourself in the paper. See you tomorrow morning, 9 o'clock. Have a nice evening. Mr. Early, I believe you had completed your cross, but you want to reopen, is that correct?
Just for very briefly, Your Honor.
People have no objection?
No, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Sir, you indicated that the wound to the back of the head would be one that would stop voluntary movement. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, would that stop breathing?
Yes.
Okay, and so I take it the person wouldn't speak out, wouldn't make any noise.
That's correct.
Okay, the person wouldn't sneeze,
Correct.
cough.
No.
Okay, and the person wouldn't be breathing at that point.
For all practical purposes, I mean, she may take a breath or two, but that's about it.
Okay. You indicated that there was some abrasions on Mr. Broderick that you saw on his hands. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Are you able to tell what those are from?
No.
And I have no further questions.
Mr. Burkhoff, redirect.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Dr. Swalwell, these abrasions that the defense lawyer just talked about, were they fresh?
They appear to be, yes.
And those are the abrasions on the back of Daniel Broderick's hands?
Yes.
Now, yesterday it was suggested that you had somehow changed your testimony from that given in the last trial. Remember that part of the questioning?
Yes.
Sustained.
Can you tell us, enlighten us a little bit of whether or not you did change your testimony?
Your Honor, objection argument. Not calls for conclusion.
Sustained. Just rephrase it, Mr. Burkhoff.
Thank you, Your Honor. Have you changed your testimony in this case?
I'm not sure if I've changed my testimony. I said that I changed my opinion.
What is that, sir?
Well, that was perhaps an unfortunate choice of words, but I wanted to clarify something that I had said that was brought up before.
Who brought that up before?
Mr. Early.
When was that?
I'm talking about an answer that I gave in the previous trial.
Okay. And now you're telling us you want to clarify that?
Yes, in light of the question that came up this time.
Why do you feel you need to clarify it?
Well, because I think that there was some misunderstanding, or that my answer might have implied something that I did not intend.
Your Honor, objection. Motion to strike.
Proper redirect, Your Honor.
Overruled. Answer stands. Go ahead.
And can you clarify that for us, Doctor?
Okay. The question was about the exit wound on Mr. Broderick. And the original question was one of whether it was a through and through kind of injury where the bullet continued on out through the body, or whether it was a situation where the bullet might have caused a small tear and then later came out at a later time. What I answered at that time, because it didn't make a small tear, was that it went through, I believed it went through and kept on going. What I did not intend to imply by that is the possibility that the bullet might have come out partway and then fallen out shortly thereafter.
Is that a possibility? It could have happened that way?
I think that's possible, yes.
Let's look at the photograph of the
Exit wound here.
For the record, I'm showing the doctor People's Exhibit 22, and on that photograph B, 22. Pointing to the exit wound of Daniel Broderick's shoulder, can you explain to the jury why you believe that was a through-and-through wound?
Well, because it's a fairly large hole, measured about 1/2 of an inch. And obviously, at the time of autopsy, there's no bullet in him, so the bullet did go out at some point in time.
But you're saying it would be possible for the bullet to have adhered to the margins of the exit wound and come out at a later time?
Yes, I've seen instances where bullets partially exit. I mean, they're halfway sticking out of the skin, and they may or may not fall out all the way at some later point.
You have no way of knowing what happened in this particular case, is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, did you look at any other photographs other than what might have been taken with that particular negative there, or the photograph you just looked at of the exit wound that weren't shown to this jury?
Other than those two there, I don't believe so. What I saw were different magnifications of those same pictures. And what confused me was that the photograph I remember seeing was actually a smaller photograph, but the magnification was the same or larger.
So again, Doctor, referring to People's 22 photograph, you're saying you still look at the same photograph of this particular exit wound?
Yes.
It might have been enlarged, is that?
Well, it might have been larger, but the actual photograph itself was small, and that's why I was confused about when you say bigger or smaller, you're talking about the size of the photograph or the size of the magnification.
In other words, the photograph might have been cropped down to cut out the rest of the body and just keep the wound itself. Is that what we're talking about?
Exactly, that's what I'm trying to say.
Okay. Does this possibility that the bullet might have adhered to the margins of the exit wound, Daniel Broderick's shoulder, change in any regard your testimony about the path of the bullet
No,
or its fatal nature,
no,
or anything else you testified about that particular bullet wound?
no,
Is that still the exit wound, the wound that appears in his shoulder?
absolutely.
And has anybody at any time requested or suggested that you might want to change your opinion in this case?
No.
Now, counsel talked about the emergency response or the flight or fight center. Do you remember that?
Yes, I think so.
Applying that to Linda Broderick after she was shot in the back of the head, would she have been capable of any flight or fight response?
No, she would have become unconscious, so she would not be capable of that.
There would be no emergency response.
Well, in the sense of her doing something, no.
And when counsel talked about some reflexive movement, I think were his words. Can you comment on whether or not after Linda Broderick was shot in the back of the head, whether she would be capable of any major muscular movements that would have changed her body position?
No, when I'm talking about reflexes, I'm talking about like muscular reflexes, twitches, that kind of thing, but that would not be sufficient enough to actually move the position of the body.
Counsel also talked about somebody running, being shot, and then continuing to run. Remember that scenario?
Yes.
But was there any running that you could see what was done in this particular homicide?
Not to my knowledge.
Not at least these two victims. Would that be correct?
Right.
And indeed, if somebody was running and they were shot, they would drop to the ground, wouldn't they?
Yes.
Would they continue to run and then like this a little bit?
Well, what we're talking about is they may take another step or two before they fall.
And that would just be the momentum, just carrying them forward. Would that be
Right.
accurate?
Yes.
Now, when it was brought up, there was a little amount of blood in Daniel Broderick's stomach. Does that indicate how long or how quickly he died after he was shot in the back?
No.
And the amount of foam that was found under his mouth, does that indicate how long or quickly he died? How long he might have lived or how quickly he died?
No, not specifically.
Now, the bullet paths that counsel talked about, you examined all three bullet paths, the two through Linda Broderick and the one through Daniel Broderick, did you not?
Yes.
And you testified that it's possible that bone may deflect bullets, is that correct?
Yes.
In this particular case, was there any indication whatsoever that any bone deflected these three bullets from their normal path?
No.
Why is that, sir?
Well, first of all, bullet deflection usually occurs only in the heavier bones or when the bullet is at a severe angle to the bone so that it doesn't actually penetrate it, it deflects off of it. In this case, I traced the path of the bullets in all three cases from the entrance to the exit through the organs and tissues that the bullet went through. There's no indication that it went other than a straight line through the body. And the bones that were perforated, ribs and sternum, were not the kind of bones usually associated with bullet deflection. There's no indication that they were deflected, they just went straight through the bone.
And that would be the same for the scapula or the shoulder blade that was penetrated?
Yes, the scapula is actually very thin in that area that it went through.
Thank you. I have no further questions. Recross.
You indicated there was an abrasion on Mr. Broderick's ankle, is that correct?
There was. I don't know that I specifically mentioned that before.
Okay, but one of the abrasions that when you said you saw an abrasion, one of them was on his ankle, is that correct?
Yes.
And that was one of the fresh abrasions?
Yes.
Okay. And you were not able to give any time limit, whether it was an hour, 2 hours, 4 hours, were you?
No.
And it's possible that, for instance, an abrasion might have came from hitting the nightstand when you fell off the bed.
It's possible, sure.
Now, also, you testified that you are a medical doctor, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So terms to you are fairly specific, aren't they? I mean,
Generally speaking, yes.
okay. So there's a difference between somebody falling in momentum and just all of a sudden falling and moving their legs and taking a couple of steps, isn't there? I mean, that's muscular movement. It takes a fair amount of muscular movements, muscles pulling and muscles going, for a foot to go from front to back, doesn't it?
Yes.
So you're not saying now, you're not denying the fact that somebody can get shot in that area and still take 1 or 2 steps, are you?
No, I wasn't trying to deny that.
Okay. You indicated that there was another photograph of larger magnification. Did you bring that photograph with you?
I don't believe that was his testimony, Your Honor. Can I answer the question?
No,
Did you, last night when you got off the stand, did you have a meeting with the district attorney?
I talked to the DA as we were leaving.
Did the district attorney show you any photographs that would be a smaller photograph than this, but larger magnification?
No,
Did you go look in your materials for a photograph that was smaller than that, but of larger magnification, so you could show it to us?
no, I don't have possession of any such photos.
Okay. And as a doctor, I take it that in the field of pathology, the best evidence that lets you see what a wound is actually examining the body itself, rather than looking at photographs, isn't it?
Yes,
And in this case, you, I take it, examined the body before you came and testified, did you? And sometime in the past, you've examined this body.
right, at the time I did the autopsy, sure.
Okay. And at the time of the autopsy, one of the functions of a forensic pathologist is to look at wounds and make some determinations as whether it's a through and through wound, whether it was one that broke the skin, whether the bullet's been removed some other way. That's one of the functions of a forensic pathologist, isn't it?
Yes,
Okay, so when you examine the body itself, that's one of the things that you have in mind so that you can give an opinion as to whether it's a through and through or whether it's the kind of wound where the bullet might have lodged and came out sometime later. Is that correct?
yes, except for the fact that I'm not aware of any criteria to distinguish the two, just based on observation of the wound.
Well, you testified, though, at a prior hearing that it was a through and through, didn't you?
Yes, and I'm not denying that.
Okay. And, well, you didn't say it could be a through and through. You said, in your opinion, it's a through and through wound with the bullet continuing to travel. That was your words, weren't they?
No, that was the question.
You answered yes.
And I said yes because it was posed as an either or. Either that or it made a small tear and came out at a later point in time.
And so then you had those both choices at the time and you picked a through and through wound. Is that correct?
Yes,
And now you're saying that the pictures that you looked at, that you haven't found yet, right? You haven't seen those pictures again.
no, I haven't seen any again.
Those pictures gave you a different impression and a different answer than the evidence that you had from viewing the body itself.
No, I didn't say that. I said in discussing it and looking at pictures that another possibility came up, and I didn't want to imply that that was not possible.
Who did you discuss it with?
This was a discussion with the DA and another forensic expert,
And who's the other forensic expert?
Mr. Paul Dougherty.
And when did this discussion take place?
Oh, this was sometime this summer. I don't remember the exact date.
Your Honor, again, I would ask if we could have the picture produced so that I can ask him about it.
Your Honor, he has the picture.
There's no different picture. He's testified that there's a different picture.
Yes. Go ahead,
We
Mr.
can
Wells.
approach sidebar.
Sure.
We're willing to give any pictures that council.
Now, again, Dr. Swell, I hate to belabor this point, but photograph, again, is what's shown here in People's 22 that you saw, right?
Yes.
And it might have been trimmed down and it might have been somewhat larger, but we're not talking about a different view, different angle, different wound. We're talking about this particular negative. Is that correct?
Right. The photograph was a different size, but whether the magnification was different from this particular one, I couldn't say.
Now, in the in the last hearing that we had in this matter, when the defense lawyer asked you an either-or question, he gave you two possible responses. Did that cause some difficulty for you?
At the time,
At any time?
well, as I said later on, I realized that might have been misleading.
Why would it be misleading?
Well, because it's an either-or question and didn't consider all the possibilities of what might have happened.
Okay, can you answer his question now fully and completely?
Well, I'll just reiterate what I said earlier. It's obvious that the bullet came out at some point in time. This is an exit wound. It's not a small wound as far as gunshot wounds go. It is most likely that the bullet went through and it continued on, but it's also a possibility that the bullet hung up on the skin as it was coming out and didn't come out right away, that it may have come out a short time thereafter.
And as a forensic pathologist, you've seen it happen in small percentage of cases?
Yes, this is a rather fairly rare phenomenon. I mean, most gunshot wounds, they either go all the way through or they stay in the body.
And the choice they gave you in the last hearing, that it either came all the way through and kept on going, or caused only a small tear and came out at a later time. Why would that second alternative not be a good one?
Well, I mean, the reason why I responded that way is because I don't consider this a small tear. So obviously that wasn't correct.
So you looked at photograph B, and this does not appear to be a small tear.
No, it's a half an inch long. I don't consider that small, although it's narrow.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Doctor.
Full name for the record and spell your last name.
Kimberly Curtin Broderick, Broderick.
Thank you.
Morning, Ms. Broderick.
Morning.
Are you the daughter of the defendant, Elizabeth Broderick?
Yes,
Can you tell us how old you are?
21,
When is your birthday?
January 24th.
And do you have any brothers and sisters?
Yes, 3.
Could you tell us what their names are and what their ages are?
Kathy Lee, she's 20. Danny, he's 15. And Red, he's 12.
And where are you living at this time?
In San Diego.
How about your two brothers, Danny and Red?
They live in Colorado.
Who do they live with?
My Aunt Kathy Broderick,
Have they been living with your Aunt Kathy since these events, since your father was killed?
yes.
And how about your sister Lee? Where does she live?
She lives in San Diego too.
Can you tell us, if you can, at this point, how you feel about your mother?
Well, I love her, but I'm mad at her
Why is it that you're mad at her?
because I don't like things that she's done.
Do you feel at all that you have some sort of obligation to take sides in this case?
No,
You understand that your only obligation as a witness is to tell the truth?
Your Honor, objection. Overruled, you can answer that.
excuse me?
Do you understand that your only obligation as a witness in this case is to simply tell the truth?
Yes,
And that's, no matter which way your answer cuts or you think it cuts, you just tell the truth.
right.
How do you feel about your father right now?
Your Honor, objection. Overruled, you can answer that.
Well, I still love him and miss him.
Did you basically grow up here in San Diego in La Jolla?
Yes.
And what school did you go to?
To Francis Parker.
Where is Francis Parker located?
It's in Linda Vista, on top of the hill by University of San Diego.
And is that a grade school all the way up through high school?
That's where the high school is. The lower school is in Mission Hills.
Okay, so there's a grade school that goes up through what grade?
6th.
And that's in Mission Hills?
Right.
And then once you graduate to the 7th grade, you move to a different campus of Francis Parker.
Right.
Did your brothers also go to Francis Parker?
Yes.
And how about your sister?
For a while she did. Then she went to Bishop's.
And Bishop's is another school that's in La Jolla.
Yes.
When you first lived in La Jolla, did you live in a house on a street called Coral Reef?
Yes, we did.
What was the address there?
5555 Coral Reef.
And you lived there with all your brothers and sisters and both of your parents, is that correct?
Yes. My brothers were born when we moved there.
Do you remember when you first moved there? I'm not asking you for the date, I'm just asking you, do you remember that or were you too young?
I remember. It was about, not even, I don't think it was a year before Danny was born.
How much younger is Danny than you?
He's 6 years younger than me.
While you were living on Coral Reef, can you describe for us whether, from your observations, whether your parents had a happy marriage?
Well, at the time I didn't think much of it, but they fought a lot. So no, I didn't think it was a happy marriage at all.
From your observations, did you ever think that they appeared to be happy together?
At the time or now?
At the time.
I was too young. I really wasn't paying any attention.
How about now?
But no.
And why do you say that now?
No objection calls for conclusion, speculation. Overall,
What was the question?
Why is it that you say now that you don't think your parents ever had a happy marriage?
Because as far as I can remember back, they were fighting and saying they were going to get divorced.
You indicated saying they were going to get divorced. Who was it that would say to you they were going to get divorced?
My mom.
And what would she say?
She would say, your father and I are going to get a divorce. Who do you want to live with?
Your Honor, can I check the microphone? I'm not.
Certainly.
Microphone.
It's turned all the way up.
When you indicate that your mom would say something like that, like your father and I are going to get a divorce, who do you want to live with? About how old were you when she would say something like that?
Young, before I was 10, like 7 or 8. Oh, yeah, about 7 or 8, and then from then on.
And was that something that she just said once, or was it something that she said?
No, repeatedly.
Would your father ever be there when she would say something like that?
Not often. It was usually just Mom and I. But he'd hear about it, or maybe he was there once or twice.
What was his reaction to that?
He'd just say, oh, no, we're not going to get divorced, and you don't have to decide anything, and you don't have to answer that.
You indicated that your mom and dad seemed to fight a lot or argue a lot. Do you recall what they were arguing about?
Well, a lot about him not spending enough time at home and him going out with his friends. But that's the only main thing that I can remember them arguing about. They would, sorry.
When they would argue, would they argue in front of you or would they go off to another room?
Both. I mean, I'm sure they argued when we weren't around, but they argued in front of us too.
Did your mother ever tell you why she married your dad?
No. I know she said she didn't want to. He just kept bugging her.
Did she say anything about pitying him?
She felt sorry for him that he asked her so many times, so then she finally gave in.
How about were there ever situations when your mother locked your father out of the house?
Yes.
Can you describe that?
That usually happened if Dad would go out after work, and then Mom would lock the door. And then then he would either, they had a balcony outside their bedroom, so he would either go up there and somehow get in, or one time I think he knocked the door down, and then another time he slept in the garage.
So this was something that happened on more than one occasion?
Yeah, it happened quite a few times.
Would he ever call up to you to have you let him in the house?
Yes.
Do you remember ever a time when your mother actually kicked him out of the house for an extended period of time?
Yes, he moved out into a hotel in La Jolla for a while. Not more than a month, but I think like a week or so.
Was this, do you recall, was this when he was still working for the firm of Gray Carey?
Yes.
And do you recall what his reaction was when your mother told him to leave?
He didn't want to go.
What did he say?
He said he'd be back soon and it'll be okay. And no, he didn't want to go at all.
Were you allowed to see him or talk to him when he left?
I don't really remember how long he was gone, but I know we didn't see him a lot. But he wasn't gone that long. He was only gone like a week or two.
Did he say anything to your mom about, please don't make me go?
Yes, and then Mom was playing the song "You Don't Bring Me Flowers" on the radio. She was playing the record, and everyone was crying. He just said he'd be back soon. When they were talking in front of us, he was mostly just talking to us. He wasn't talking to Mom anymore. He was telling us goodbye.
And that he'd be back soon?
Right.
And this would have been, if he was still working at Gray Carey, it would have been before 1979.
Right.
During this time while you were growing up, before your parents separated, did you ever see your dad beat or hit your mother?
No.
Did you
Never at all.
ever see him hit her, slap her, do anything physical towards her? Never?
Never at all.
Did you ever see him threaten her, threaten to hit her or
No.
act violently?
Not at all.
Was there any violence between the two of them?
Well, at each other?
Yes. Did your mother ever do anything violent towards your father?
I never saw her hit him, but she would scratch him and stick her fingernails in his arm. But I didn't see her hit him.
Was that when she would, you indicated sticking her fingernails in his arm. Was that something that happened just on occasion, or did it happen often?
It happened pretty often when we were young. And I know that she scratched his back once. I saw that, that's all.
Were there ever any incidents where she threw anything at him?
Yes.
Can you describe?
One night at dinner, he came in late, and well, I don't know if that was the whole issue, but she threw a ketchup bottle at him across the table. And then one time we went to dinner and we got back and, well, we went out for pizza and we got back and she threw a stereo, and then she threw this thing, this marble thing that has this little, I think you grind something in it or something. She threw that. And that's pretty much all she threw.
The incident where she threw the ketchup bottle, how do you recall how he responded to that? Did he throw anything back at her, or was there a fight?
Nope. No, it just smashed on the wall. And that was about all for that.
And the time that you went out for pizza with your dad, who else was at this pizza?
Dave Monahan and his children.
Okay, can you tell us who David Monahan is?
He's a friend of my father's.
So your dad, you and your
Sister.
and David Monahan and his children, you all went out for pizza together.
Right.
And then what happened when you got home?
We were late. And then she threw a stereo. When we walked in the door, she threw the stereo, and then she threw the marble thing.
Do you recall?
No, that's wrong. The stereo was already thrown. It was like right when we walked in, the stereo was already thrown, and then she threw the marble thing when we were in there. So the stereo was already on the ground when I walked in the house.
Was she throwing it at your dad?
Well, he walked in first, and then the stereo was thrown, and then I walked in, and the stereo was on the ground. She didn't hit him.
How about with the marble thing?
It didn't hit him. I mean, she threw it at him, though.
Do you recall what his reaction was?
No, he didn't really have a reaction. Just they all sent us up to bed, and so, oh geez,
Was it clear that your mother was angry at the time?
yeah. Well, we didn't know that before we got home. But once we got home, yeah, it was pretty obvious that she was angry.
So this was something that once he opened the door, it was obvious that she was angry when she threw this.
Right. Very angry.
Was there a time that you recall when your mother burned your father's clothes?
Yes.
Can you describe how she went about doing that?
Their room overlooks the backyard, and she went in and took all the clothes and threw them out the back over the balcony into the grass. And then she dumped the drawers out, and then she went down and put gasoline all over the place and lit it on fire. And then she poured black paint all over the rest of it. Maybe she poured the black paint on to put this fire out. But after the fire, then there was black paint all over everything else. It wasn't burned.
When she was doing this, when she was throwing the clothes off the balcony onto the ground, were you there?
Yes.
Okay. And what were you doing?
Asking her to stop doing that.
Were you upset at what she was doing?
Yes.
Were you crying?
Yes.
And what was her response to you when you were trying to get her to stop?
She sent me away and hit me and told me to go away. And then I went away. So I wasn't there after the fire started.
What were you aware of the fact that the fire started?
Yeah, the whole neighborhood was at my house.
Do you recall what you did?
Left. Walked
Left?
down- yeah. Walked down the street and down the hill.
Were you upset at the time?
Yeah, very upset.
What about, do you know where your sister or your brothers were at the time?
They were across the street at the McKelson's house. Those were our next door neighbors.
Were you there when your father returned home?
Yes, that was back then.
Do you recall what his reaction was when he saw his clothes?
He sat Mom down and said, "Oh, it'll be all right." And then he went outside and picked up stuff that was left. It was really calm and normal. And I didn't expect him to react that way at all.
You expected that he'd be more angry?
I thought he'd be in a fit. I thought he'd just pick up and leave. And he didn't. They worked it out.
Okay.
Mom calmed down and everything was fine.
Do you know at all of a suicide attempt by your mother?
Now I know of it.
At the time, did you know
No.
anything about your mother doing anything to herself?
No.
So if that occurred sometime around the time of the clothes burning incident, you weren't aware of it?
No.
And how was it that you found out about it? You said that you now know about it. Has it been since the time that your father's been killed? Or did your mother tell you about it later?
She told me about it later.
Okay. Do you remember when it was that she told you about it?
No. Sometime when I was in high school. I don't know when.
While your mom and dad were married, did your mother ever appear to be afraid of your dad?
No.
Did she ever say anything to you about being afraid of him?
No. She's bigger than him. She would laugh about that.
She would laugh about the fact that she was bigger than him? Is that a yes?
Yes.
Did you ever see your mother with a black eye?
No.
Did your father work a lot while they were married?
Yes. An awful lot.
He was an attorney, is that correct?
Mhm. Yes.
And he worked long hours?
Yes.
And from the time, say, that Danny and Rhett were born, what did your mother do, basically, during the day while your father was at work?
Took care of us.
Did she socialize at all?
Mhm.
How would you describe, did she have maybe just one friend? Did she have a lot of friends?
Oh, she had lots of friends.
I'm sorry?
She had a lot of friends.
Did she give parties?
Yeah.
Did she often have people over to the house?
Mm-hmm. We had people over most Sunday nights for dinner.
Did it appear at all as though she was isolated from people, or was she free to have friends and go out and do what she wanted?
Oh yeah, she was free to go out and do what she wanted.
How about during that time, was she stuck at home doing all of the housework? Did she have any help with the housework?
We had a pair of girls that lived with us sometimes. We had a maid.
At some point you hired a maid named Maria Montez?
Yeah.
What did your mother think of your dad's friends?
She didn't like them.
Were there problems along those lines?
Yes, she didn't like them at all. She didn't want him with them.
Were there some of them that she wouldn't let in the house?
I don't know.
But you were aware at the time that she didn't like his friends?
Yes. If they came over, I don't think she would shut the door in their face, but they weren't invited over.
And which friends are you talking about? Are you talking about any friends in particular or just friends in general?
Pretty much friends in general, like attorney friends in general. All the people that he worked with. Not like family friends, the husbands, not that kind of person. Not that kind of friend, I mean.
Did you ever hear your dad call your mom fat or ugly or say degrading things to her?
No.
Never?
No, never.
Do you recall in 1985 when your parents separated?
Yes.
Where were you living at the time that they separated?
We were in a rental house in La Jolla Shores,
And was there a particular reason why you had moved to the rental house?
because our house is under construction, because half of it was sinking, kind of.
And that was the Coral Reef house. There was a problem with the house at Coral Reef.
Right.
Did all of you move into the rental? You, your mom and dad, and all your brothers and sisters?
Yes.
Do you recall anything unusual happening when you moved into the house? Did your mother leave for a period of time?
Yes.
Can you describe what happened?
Well, I don't know if well, the day we're moving in, that's when mom disappeared. But I don't remember if we had a moving van or what. But we were all at the house, and then mom never showed up.
Okay, when you say
We
your
were all
mom,
at the rented house, and mom didn't come there.
and you said she disappeared, what happened? She just didn't show up?
Right.
And how long was she gone for?
A few days. A while.
Do you recall what your reaction or what the boys' reaction was?
We just figured she wasn't ever coming back. We just moved everything in, or tried. I mean, we didn't get too far. And just assumed that she wasn't coming back.
Was there there was a time then, obviously, when she came back.
Right.
Do you know why she just disappeared?
No, I don't.
Because she never explained it to you.
No,
Or she never told you that she was leaving before she left.
no.
Do you recall when your father actually moved out of the rental?
Yes.
Do you recall what happened that night?
I know Dad got home. It was around 8 or 9. We were still up, so it could have been later than that. And he went in the room, and then they got in some argument about something, I don't know what. And then Mom took hair gel and threw it at him. And then he came out and left. I think that's all that happened. He just grabbed some stuff and said he was leaving. Then he told us he was leaving, and then he left.
Do you know where he went when he left?
That instant, or where he
Where did he go to live at that point?
back to Coral Reef?
Were, excuse me. Just a short time before he left, had there been an argument at Christmas time over a present that your mother was unhappy about?
Yes, about a ring that he gave her.
Can you describe what happened?
She wanted this emerald ring that she's been eyeing for a long time. She really wanted it. And then he went and got her a ring, but it wasn't the ring that she wanted. So she said it was a disgrace and that she wasn't going to wear this, and it was like a child's ring, and then she threw it.
When you say she threw it, what did she do with it?
She opened it, and then she got mad about it, and then she threw the ring.
What did you see the ring? What kind of ring was it that he gave to her?
It was an emerald ring.
It wasn't the one that she had requested?
Right.
When he moved out and he moved back into the Coral Reef house, what was the state of the Coral Reef house at the time?
It was still under construction, but almost done. I don't think there were very many workmen. I think we were in the process of putting it back together.
Was there any furniture in the house?
No.
What was your dad sleeping on?
On the floor.
Did there come a time after that that you ended up also living over at the Coral Reef house?
Yes.
Can you describe how it was that you ended up over there?
Well, it was on Easter, the night before Easter, and Mom and I got in an argument because I had this friend over that I wanted her to take home. And we had just been at Warden Springs, and she didn't want to take her home. She was tired, so she said no. And we got in an argument, so I went back into my room. And then Mom came in and said that pack up and leave, that she didn't want me there anymore. I can go live with Dad, so then I packed up and left.
So you packed up your clothes, and did she take you over to your dad's house?
Yes.
What time of night or day was that?
8 or 9 at night.
And
We had just gotten back from Warden Springs that day. So it was pretty late.
was it just you by yourself that she took over to Coral Reef
Yes.
and left you there?
Yes.
Was your dad home when she left you there?
No.
Were you
He
able
didn't
to,
know I was coming.
were you able to get into the house, or did you have to wait outside?
I waited outside, and then I went around the back and got in later. And then he called, and I answered the phone, and he panicked and hung up on me because he didn't know. He thought he called the wrong number, or he didn't know who was in his house. So then he called back, and then he came home.
So then he called back, and when you realized that you were at home, he came home.
Right.
Was there any furniture in the house at that time?
No.
At some later point, did either of your brothers or sister come over to Coral Reef?
My brother, Danny, came over the next day on Easter. And then my sister, Lee, and Rhett came over a month or two later.
How was it that Danny was brought over?
He was fighting with Rhett, and Mom had enough of it, so she told him to pack up and move with me.
Did she actually bring him over?
Yes.
What was his emotional state when he was brought over?
He was really upset. He didn't want to come over there.
Was he crying?
Yes.
And then you indicated some couple weeks, month later, both Lee and Rhett were brought at the same time.
Yes, they were.
And again, what was the circumstances of them being brought over?
They were hysterically crying. They were very upset. Dad wasn't home. It was late at night, and I don't know what had occurred at that house that made her bring them over, but she brought them over and dropped them off in the living room.
And did she say anything about why she was dropping them off in the living room?
She said, let him try and deal with 4 kids. No, she didn't give us much of a reason. She just said she wasn't going to be left here with 4 kids, so he could have us.
And again, this was at nighttime and your father wasn't home?
Well, he was coming home soon, though. He was, I don't know I don't remember where he was. It was after dinner. I don't know. It was late at night. He must have been somewhere that he was coming back soon, though.
When all 4 of you were there, then with your dad, did you have any furniture in the house, or was there still a period of time when there was no furniture?
We had beds by then. And then, but there wasn't furniture in the rest of the house.
Once all 4 of you were ultimately brought over to the Coral Reef house, did you then basically live there with your father?
Yes.
Did your dad ever pack you guys all up and try and take you back to your mother?
No.
What how was your dad handling having all 4 of you there at the house?
At first, not very well. He didn't really know what to do with us because when we were growing up, he was around like at night and on the weekends and stuff, but he had no idea what to do with us. So not very well at first. But then he got better at it. And then he rearranged his schedule and spent more time at home. Not that much more, but more than before. And then he hired somebody to help around the house.
So he ultimately hired a maid or a housekeeper,
Right.
Babysitter, combined person.
Yes, and they made dinner and picked us up from school and stuff like that.
Was there a period of time there where he was on his own as far as getting dinner together for you guys, and as well as going to work? And
Yes, when we first were there. And then after that, then he hired somebody to help him.
at some point, did your mother move out of the rental house and into the house on Calle de Cielo?
Yes.
And when she moved into the house on Calle de Cielo, the 4 of you still stayed at Coral Reef with your dad. Is that correct?
Right.
Was there any time in there where she took any of the kids to live with her at Calle de Cielo?
We lived there for a little while, and the rest of us never really lived there, just visited.
While you were living at Coral Reef with your dad and your mother had moved into Calle de Cielo, were there any times when she came over to Coral Reef and did anything to the house?
Yes.
Can you describe, for example?
She came over one time and hit an umbrella through the front door. The glass, I guess it wasn't. It was the front window, I'm sorry, front window. And she spray painted the house once. And then another time she smeared lipstick on the bathroom mirror saying something, but I don't remember what it said. And then another time she smeared just Boston cream pie all over my dad's bed. And
When she,
About it.
you said she wrote something in lipstick on the mirrors. Was it anything vulgar?
yeah, I think it was a bad word or something. I don't remember. It wasn't nice. I don't remember exactly what it said though.
How about when she spray painted? Was it just spray painting or was it spray painting words? Do you recall?
It was just spray painting. I don't remember any words.
And was there ever a time where she smashed a stereo, threw a stereo to the ground?
Then?
Yes.
No, not that I remember.
Okay, that was earlier during the marriage?
That was after we went out to dinner with Dave Monahan.
Were on any of these times when she was coming over to the house and doing these things, were you or the other children at home, or was it times when you guys would be gone?
Both. When we would be there, when we'd be gone, and then coming home.
What, did your dad ever talk to her about stopping doing that?
Yes, repeatedly.
I'm sorry,
Yes, repeatedly.
repeatedly?
Yes.
And what was her reaction?
She wasn't going to stop doing that.
Okay, did she say why?
Hmm. No. No, I don't think she gave a reason why. She just wasn't going to stop doing that. I don't know what she wanted then. I don't remember what she was mad about. Exactly. I mean, I know in general, but I just don't know exactly what the issue was going on then.
But your dad asked her anyway to stop, and it did not stop. Is that correct?
Right. And then he got restraining orders. But that didn't stop anyway. That didn't help anyway.
I'm sorry.
That didn't help anyway.
Was there a time then when you and your father and the rest of the kids moved out of La Jolla?
Yes, we moved over to Balboa Park area.
And was that into 1041 Cypress?
Yes.
And that's a house in the Marsden Hills area of Hillcrest?
Yes.
And what was the reason for moving?
Because the Coral Reef house was basically the family house. And Dad thought that if we moved out of there, that then Mom wouldn't want to come around because we wouldn't be in her house anymore. So it wouldn't aggravate her that we were all living in this house that she used to live in. So if we moved over there, and also it's farther away. So he thought that she wouldn't come over, and she wouldn't come over that much.
Well, it wouldn't come over and vandalize the house?
Right.
As far as you know, during that period of time, was she free to come over and see the kids before she was vandalizing the house?
Before?
Mm-hmm.
Yes. After restraining orders, no.
When you moved to the house in Marsden Hills, was that closer to Francis Parker?
Yes. So it only took about 5 minutes to get there. Well, that's to my school, the upper school. To the lower school was even closer than that.
Yeah, it's pretty close to Francis Parker there where...
Yeah, Mission Hills is right here, and then Hillcrest is right there. So, and Marsden Hills, I guess, is in Hillcrest, though.
Okay, so moving to Marsden Hills was not like a disadvantage to the kids. It was actually moving them closer to the school that they were going to. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what do you remember the general condition of your dad's house at Marsden Hills when you first moved in?
It was really old. Needed a lot of work, basically. He redid it all. It's not what it looks like now.
And how about your mom's house on Calle de Cielo? Do you remember the condition of it when she first moved in?
It needed a lot of work. It was a mess. There was some people that lived in her living room and made it into a commune or something and had a fire on the carpet. So it needed a lot of work.
And did she ultimately make some improvements of that house as well? While you were living at Cypress with your dad, do you recall an incident when your mother smashed the car through the front door?
Yes.
Can you describe that, what happened?
They were going to court about the sale of the Coral Reef house because no one lived there anymore. So they were going back and forth about that, and then they couldn't agree, and so
I'd just like you, if you could, to describe what happened when she came over to the
the
house.
first time she came over, she said, "I'm not leaving till I talk to him," and she wasn't supposed to be there. So I was asking her to leave, and she said, "He's going to be sorry. I'm not leaving until he gets here. I'm talking to him." So I called Dad. I'm like, "You better come home. Mom's here. She wants to talk to you." So he rushed home, and then she told me that she was going to burn down Coral Reef house, that she'd burn it before he'd sell it, and he can't do that. So then he came home, and they argued, and he said, "I'm not going to talk to you. You have to get out of here. You can't barge into my house and make demands. So you have to leave." And so eventually she left, and Dad called the police and said, "She's going to burn down the other house. Go over there and watch it." So I guess the police did that. And while we were talking about this in the kitchen, then the car came through the front door.
So before she had left, she had told you she was going to go burn down Coral Reef.
Right,
And that's why your dad knew about that.
right.
And then after she left, you were still there in the house with you and your dad, and was anybody else there?
Lee,
And what were you doing when the car came through the front door?
making dinner.
And what was it that made you realize that the car was coming through the front door?
There's a really, the sound, it sounded like a chainsaw. And then I just heard that, and then everything started shaking, and then I left. So I didn't know it was a car at the time. I didn't know until I came back up into the house,
When you say you left, where did you go?
down the canyon.
Okay, your dad's house was on a canyon?
Yes,
And why did you go down in the canyon?
because I thought it was a chainsaw and that she was gonna chainsaw Dad. So I ran away.
You thought your mom was going to chainsaw your dad.
Yes, because I could hear Mom and I couldn't hear Dad. Dad wasn't saying anything. And so I assumed he was dead.
So you were afraid. Is that why you ran down into the canyon?
Yes.
And what was there a point then when you came back up out of the canyon?
Yes,
And where was your mother at that point?
in the police car.
Okay. And did she do anything to you when she saw you?
She spit her tongue out at me.
I'm sorry?
She spit her tongue out at me.
She spit her tongue out, stuck her tongue?
Yeah.
Do you know why she did that?
No.
Do you know what happened to her after that point? You said she was in the police car. Do you know where she went?
She went to jail first, and then she went to like a hospital.
Did you visit her when she was at the hospital?
Yes.
While you were living at Cypress, did your mom talk to you all sometimes over the phone?
Yes. Often.
So she would call over there. She was free to call and talk to you all on the phone?
Yes.
Do you recall that there was a specific conversation that she had with your brother Danny that you overheard?
Yes.
And that was a conversation that was tape recorded, and you've heard the tape of that?
Yes.
And do you recall why it was that conversation was kind of unique?
Well, at the time, Danny's really shy, and he doesn't really speak up to people, and he was yelling at Mom. So it was unique in that way. And
In the conversation, was it clear to you that Danny was upset?
yes, he was very
It
upset.
was a very upsetting, disturbing conversation.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to stating.
Stand.
Can you describe his emotional demeanor during this particular conversation?
He was very upset.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask to have marked as People's Exhibit next in order.
40.
People's Exhibit 40, a tape,
So mark.
cassette tape. And I am going to ask to play this for the jury, but it's, as I recall, it's about a 45-minute tape, and it might be appropriate to take the break at this point, play the tape afterwards.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll take our morning recess at this time. We'll be in recess until, say, 10:30. That give you enough time? In recess until 10:30. Please remember the admonition. Ladies and gentlemen, prior to playing the tape, I urge you an admonishment. The evidence that is now being introduced is introduced for the purpose of showing that the defendant committed another act other than the one for which she is on trial. Such evidence, if believed, is not received and may not be considered by you to prove either that the defendant is a person of bad character or that she has a predisposition to commit the crime charged. The evidence is received and may be considered by you only for the limited purpose of determining if it tends to show either the existence of the intent, which is a necessary element of the crime charged, and or the existence of a motive for the commission of the crime charged. For the limited purpose for which you may consider such evidence, you must weigh it in the same manner as you do all other evidence in this case. You are not permitted to consider such evidence for any other purpose. Play the tape.
Just to get his money. Yeah, that's right. Then if he knows that, then how come he doesn't stop? Because he's so stupid. He doesn't care because he has the money. But that money is mine. I earned it. I earned it for 20 years of hard work and total shit from that asshole. Yeah, but you're never going to see us again. Don't you care about your family besides stupid money? I care perfectly about my family. Then how come you won't just shut your mouth and so we can come over there? Somebody else is on the phone. No, I don't care. No, I don't care either. I took absolute perfect care of my family. I was the best mommy in the whole world and the best wife in the whole world. It's not my fault your father's such a fuckhead. I care plenty about my family. I only work 24 hours a day for 17 years. So that's fine. If it isn't your fault, then why don't you just mind your own business and not care if... What do you mean, mind my own business? And don't care who he's seeing. He could be seeing a totally different girl. It wouldn't make a difference. Well, I guess you're a real California kid. Congratulations. You're bringing a scrambled egg. You've been living with him too long. You don't have any sense of value, right and wrong, up and down, in and out, black and white, truth or lie. Stay living with him, your whole head will go. All you care about is the money. That's what he tells you, right? No. Yes. But that's all. No, that's what you tell me. But then what do you care about? Besides the money. I wish this person would hang up the phone. Nobody's on the phone. Are you in the kitchen? No, I'm upstairs. Well, what's that noise? It's what noise? People walking around stuff in the kitchen. It's not in the kitchen, it's up here. Who is it? Everybody walking upstairs. Like the babysitter and Red and Lee. And Dad and stuff. That stuff. You need to come there? No. Well. Okay, what else do you care about besides your money and your share of things to own? What do you think else do I care about? I cared about my family bad enough to put up with him fucking Linda for 2 years. Yeah, well, if you care about your family and if you stop saying bad words, Mom. I put up with shit in my face for 2 years, and you kids never even knew it. You never knew he was fucking Linda while I was married to me, did you? No. No, and I did. And I put up with shit for 2 years hoping he'd get over this. And he'd grow up. And he obviously is too weak a little faggot. But no, you don't. If you care about your family, you'd stop saying bad words. Well, I repeat again, I'd rather be a lady and a wonderful person and call a cunt to cunt. Well, you're not going to be a wonderful person to very many people if you don't stop saying those bad words. I'm sick of the cunt answering the telephone and not letting my messages through. I'm keeping my children away from me on 2 Christmases, 2 Thanksgivings, 2 birthdays. It's not only Mickey's fault, it's Dad's fault too, and it's your fault, Mom. Right. Because you keep on saying bad words. That would never happen. You would never be calling here. The first Christmas, your father took you guys away from me, and fucked Linda right in front of you at the ski place. We were married. And I wasn't calling anybody a cunt then. What ski place? In Utah. We were married when he did that. No, we weren't. No, oh yeah, but you were still separated. Well, what difference does that make? We were married. And you are my 4 kids that he took away from me for Christmas and put you in an ugly apartment where we could... No, but he did take us away. You gave us to him. On Christmas? No, on Easter. You sent me over there on Easter, and in a couple hours more that they were over here. Mm-hmm. And you've just been having a good time ever since, haven't you? No, we haven't. We're having a horrible time. You keep on saying the bad words, and we're never going to be able to come over there if you don't stop. And if you don't stop, it just shows me that all you care about is your money.
Well, this house isn't as pretty as that house.
Yeah, it is. It's a lot prettier.
This house?
I think so. It's a lot neater.
It's in a better spot. I don't like you in gay town. With all the criminals and all the retards and the old folks and the drug dealers.
Because if you don't stop saying bad words, we're never going to be able to see you again. And it's not doing any good.
Yeah, well, as soon as I get a fair settlement from Daddy,
See, that's what I mean. All you care about is your money and your fair settlement.
I will get a fair settlement and then I'll discuss custody.
Oh, well, you're never going to get custody.
I have ruined 4 years of my
And
life.
there's not going to be a fair settlement until you stop saying bad words.
That has nothing to do with anything.
Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't.
We aren't allowed to be around you if you're saying bad words, Mom.
Well, and the cunt's allowed to be around you? Who's been fucking...
What's wrong with that? Because you guys are divorced, Dad can be with anybody he wants to.
I didn't get a divorce. Daddy got the divorce. I'm still married.
I know. No, you aren't. Because you didn't get divorced. You both are separated, Mom. And he likes somebody else now. He doesn't like you anymore. And I mean, if you gotta stop saying the bad words.
Why doesn't he like me anymore?
Because he's sick of you. Because you guys get in all these fights.
Why did he fight?
I don't know.
Because he was fucking his secretary.
Even before that, you got in fights, Mom.
I don't think so, Danny. See, you didn't know he was fucking his secretary for the last 2 years we were married. I didn't tell anybody. I was too embarrassed for everyone. And I thought he'd cut it out and grow up. And he didn't. So we fought like crazy because he was a flaming fuckhead bastard.
Yeah, that was the only 2 years ago. But before that, you were still getting in fights all the time.
Danny, every married couple in the whole world fights sometimes. We weren't getting in fights all the time.
Not all the time, but you go in fights a lot.
About what?
About lots of stuff. About houses and everything. I don't know about everything.
All right, your little rip. Is that the babysitter reading him a story or something?
No, he's talking to Kim.
Kim was at my house. Kim's not home yet.
Kim?
Is Kim there? Yeah, she's home. Oh, that was quick. She saw it after she took a rocket ship.
Did you take a rocket ship here? And how did you get here so fast?
Anyway, I don't want you to be mad at me. Because I didn't do anything.
Well, I'm going to be if you don't stop saying those bad words. Because nothing ever is going to happen. It's just going to get worse. They're going to get a lot better if you don't stop. Because we can't do anything about it now. It's your problem now. You have to fix it. You're the only person that can fix it.
Fix what?
Fix us from coming over and seeing you and for Dad giving you more money so we can go on trips and stuff. And you gotta stop saying bad words. I mean, if you're hoping in anything, you might as well forget it if you're going to keep on saying bad words.
If I'm doing what?
If you're hoping on getting anything, you better stop saying bad words.
I never used to say bad words until I got fucked on for 4 years.
Okay, you said that 5 times, but it's not going to do any good to keep on saying bad words. Just going to make it a lot worse.
Somebody called up Daddy and said dickhead and hung up the phone and he thought it was me. It wasn't me.
Who was it?
I don't know. Somebody else must call him dickhead. I call him fuckhead.
See what I mean, Mom? You keep on calling it bad words, and it's just gonna make things a lot worse. And you won't stop, will you? Until you get your share of money.
He's scum, Danny. He's absolute scum. He's cheated and lied and fucked around. There's nothing.
Don't you think being mad for 2 years is enough, though, Mom?
No, it took me 20 years of goodness to get mad.
So I know lots of people that parents are. I know not lots of people, but I know a couple of people whose parents are divorced, and they've been divorced for a little bit. Like a little. Get out of here, Cam! I don't know the business. And just like Andrew, for instance, her mom isn't mad about it, and his dad isn't mad about it.
Are you kidding? His mother hates his father.
I know, but I was with them at a soccer game. The mom walked right past the dad, and they looked at each other, but they didn't say anything, and they didn't glare at each other or anything.
Well, because she got her money. How do you think she's able to live?
Well, she works too, though, Mom.
She got a settlement out of him.
But she works though too.
Yeah, I should work too.
Why don't you? And why don't you stop saying bad words and you'll get your stupid share?
Hey.
You will though. You'll get more than your share.
Who said that stupid share?
I did.
Who said that? I have a friend, Mary Williams, whose husband divorced her, and they got divorced within 3 days. They split everything down the middle, just like I wanted to do. Fuckhead doesn't want to give me 1 cent of what's mine. And he's the one who's caused this 2-year delay, because he doesn't want to give me anything that's mine. And he's the one who's dragging this out. I told Ruth Ross we could be finished with this in an hour.
If what?
When Dan Broderick decides he wants to settle this, we can settle it in an hour.
How?
By agreeing on what he's going to give me that's mine.
Yeah, well, you're gonna be selfish, and you're gonna want everything there is.
Why would you think that?
Because it's true.
Danny, I'm not selfish. I'm just fair.
You want everything. You want half and half of everything that owns. You want all the kids, and you want them to get away. So that leaves Dad with nothing.
Oh, well, excuse me. First off, you're wrong. I don't want everything.
And then what do you not want?
Second off, what do I care if he's left with nothing? He walked out on this family. He doesn't deserve a family.
Well, okay, wouldn't he care that you're left with nothing? It's the same exact thing, Mom. How do you feel with nobody living there? Not very good, huh? Not getting your money or anything. And all you ever care about is your stupid money.
Well, if you say that one more time, I'm going to stickle towards you for 25 minutes when I see you. That is not true. But I want what's mine out of that bucket. Who refuses to settle.
Yeah, well, if you stop saying bad words, it won't happen.
No, it won't. For 2 years, I didn't say bad words and nothing happened.
Right. Well, yeah, you did, because you stayed together and you got your share of money and everything. You got more than your share of money. You got almost all of it.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I don't know what you're talking about either, Mom.
2 years since the separation, he could have settled this in the first week. In the first day, he could have settled this.
Well, we couldn't have, because you were so mad that you sent us over there.
No, from separation, he could have settled it. And then I would know how much money I was getting to pay the bills and to buy things and stuff. And fix up this house so you guys could come live here.
It's perfectly fine for 2 of us to come live here. I don't know if the girls want to come, but if they do, I don't care. But all I care is that I want to come and Brett wants to come. And there's enough room there. There's one big room for both of us.
You don't even like me. You think I'm selfish and mean and everything else. What do you want to come for?
Because we both like you, and you're just being a real jerk because you don't want us to come over. All you want is your stupid money. And it's true, Mom. You don't care about us. You just want your money.
That's not true.
Then how come you won't stop saying bad words?
You're my little baby.
Yeah, I know. If you stop saying bad words, you can't have your little babies.
My little baby's growing up. He's just kind of mouth on him. You're a smart kid, Danny. I love it. You're a smart kid. You're a very, very smart kid. You're going to be such a famous guy when you grow up. Whatever you do, you're going to be so successful at it because you're so smart. Take after your mother.
Why don't you just, no, you're not very smart, Mom. Because you're not doing anything that you should be doing. You should not be so mad after 2 years. And you should, if you like us, if you think we're such a little babies, then why don't you want us to come over there? Why don't you stop saying bad words? What's so funny?
You're yelling at me. Monkey. Do you have a cold?
Yeah.
Or are you just mad?
Like both. Why don't you just stop saying bad words? This whole thing could be settled a lot quicker. Because if you keep on saying bad words, it will never be settled, Mom.
Well, you tell Daddy to settle quick. It can be settled before lunchtime tomorrow.
No, you have to settle it before lunchtime tomorrow. Well, he doesn't have to, because you're the only one that's going to change. You're the only one that's going to change it. Nobody else can change it except you.
No, I mean, settlement. He's got all the money. He's got every single cent the two of us own. When he gives me half, then we'll discuss.
He gives you money I don't know, but he gives you a lot of money.
Yeah, well, it's not enough.
Why isn't it enough?
It's not what the law says I own.
Yeah, how much do you own?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, you get your stupid half of your money if you just stop saying bad words.
I wish you were here to fight me in person.
Well, why don't you stop saying bad words, Mom?
Are you going to go see Dr. Ruth again?
Yeah?
When are you going?
I don't know, April something or something. I don't know, April 1st.
April Fool's Day?
Yeah. And she doesn't want us to go over there. She wants us to do what you should do. Stop saying bad words and then let us come over.
We'll plan a big joke on her for April Fool's Day.
I don't care about a stupid joke. But how come you just won't stop saying bad words?
Because I'm mad.
Yeah, we can't be mad for 2 years. And you're just going to get worse and worse and worse until you get your stupid share of money. And you're never going to get your stupid share of money unless you stop saying bad words. There's nothing funny about it, Mom.
Where's Daddy while you're yelling at me like this?
I don't know.
He's probably listening on him.
He isn't because, I always see he's walking through this room every once in a while to pick some light bulbs.
Where's the cunt?
Nowhere, Mom. I don't know.
No, it's not time to come over and screw him yet, huh?
No, she's with her family.
Oh, who's the family?
I don't know.
I wonder what her family thinks of her fucking a boss who's married with 4 kids.
Not anymore.
Well, what did they think of her when she was fucking him when he was married with 4 kids?
I don't know. Well, why don't you stop saying bad words? Till you get your stupid money share. Well, you're not going to get it, Mom.
Well, you're tougher than that. You're tougher than that, huh?
Why do you keep on doing it?
Because I'm ticked off.
Okay, you've told me that a million times. You're ticked off. Who cares? You better stop saying bad words or else you're going to be more ticked off.
Well, no matter what bad words I say, I still own half.
Oh, fine. If you say no bad words, you're going to get your stupid half.
Stop yelling at me. You're a little monster.
Well, you're not listening.
I'm listening. You're giving me an earache.
Then why don't you do it?
It's in my ear.
Why don't you do it? Because you're being selfish. selfish and you want to do everything. You want to get all the kids, you want to get all the money, you want to get rid of Linda, and you want to still say bad words. And it's not going to work, Mom.
Just remember, you have no reason to be mad at me. I didn't cause any of this. Daddy.
Well, you're causing it worse and worse.
Caused all this trouble, and look, you're mad at me, and I did nothing. I did absolutely nothing.
Yes, you did. Well, you didn't do anything, but you're doing something.
Turn up the phone.
What?
Daddy didn't turn up the phone.
No, somebody was on for 2 seconds. I heard him got on, and I heard him get off. They were on for like 3 seconds.
Yeah, well, you just watch who you're mad at, because I'm
Well, I'm mad at you because you're doing something right now. You're not letting us come over to see you. You're just wanting all your money.
What do you mean I'm not letting you come over here?
No, you're not letting. It's you. No, it's you. You're saying the bad words.
I'd rather say a bad word than be a bad word. Dan and Linda are bad words.
Well, fine. You can say what you want, but you're just being a real jerk to all your family. Nobody's gonna like you anymore.
So thanks a lot.
Well, we're not gonna even know what you sound like or look like if you keep on saying the stupid bad words.
Well, I didn't do any of this thing. I was the best mother and the best wife in the whole world.
Well, you're doing something right now. You're saying stupid bad words and you're not making any sense.
Daddy fucked all of us. He fucked your whole life and my whole life.
Well, you're doing the same thing right now, Mom. You're making it a lot worse, too. Yes, you are. Yes? You're saying bad words and nothing ever is going to happen if you keep on saying these stupid bad words.
Saying bad words has nothing to do with fucking your whole family.
I know, but it has to do with messing up the whole family, because if you don't stop saying bad words, nobody's going to let us come over there. Ever. So you better stop doing it. Because you're just going to make your whole family mad at you, or everybody that wants to come over there.
You need a hug. Is it hard?
Why would you just do it, Mom?
You need a hug. A big hug. A big rocking hug on my
Oh, why wouldn't you just do it? You're making everything 10 times worse. And it's just going to get worse and worse until you start saying the bad words. Why won't you stop? Huh? And you always say that you're not doing anything, but you are, Mom. Get off the phone.
Who are you talking to?
Mom, get off the phone.
Don't yell at me.
No, I am going to yell at you. Get off the phone.
You're talking.
Why won't you just listen, Mom? You're going to make it life a lot easier for everybody in this family if you just stop saying bad words. You're going to get your stupid share if you stop saying your words. You're going to get some of the kids that want to come over to your house. And forever, if you just stop saying the stupid bad words. Why won't you just stop? Huh?
I hate Daddy.
Well, it's not going to do any good to keep on saying bad words.
We had such a nice family.
I know, but you're just gonna make stuff worse by saying bad words, Mom.
We were the best family in the whole world. We were all so happy. All the kids and me were so happy.
I know, but we're gonna be a lot happier if you just stop saying bad words.
When you tell that swine bug.
See what I mean, Mom? You're saying it right now. You better stop. Or else you're just gonna make everything worse.
Tell swine bug to act like a man.
He is acting like a man. Okay, what is he doing wrong, Mom? You're the person that's doing the thing wrong. You're saying bad words and making the family even worse.
I'm not saying bad words for no reason.
I know, but still, you have no right to say a bad word in front of your kids.
Everything I have on earth, including the kids.
Yeah, but he didn't rob us. You gave us to him.
Why?
I don't know why. You gave us to him. And it was really stupid because once you gave it to him, you got really mad, and it wasn't even his fault that we got over there, and you just started to say bad words, and we're gonna stay over here for the rest of our lives if you don't stop it.
Maybe you should stay there the rest of your life.
We don't want to, though, Mom. We want to live with you, but you're just making it harder for all of us that wants to live over there. If you stop saying bad words, everybody will be happier. At least I know I will. And I know Red will. I mean, you probably don't care because all you want is your money. Why won't you just stop saying the bad words?
Poor little you. I'm crying too.
Well, why won't you just stop saying them? You've said them a million times. You don't need to say them anymore. You've been mad for 2 years now. That's long enough, Mom. You should have been done after 2 months of it instead of 2 years.
I would have been done after 2 hours of it if we had a settlement. And Daddy did this like a gentleman.
Yeah, well, you could have done that because you sent us over here.
Like a fucking slug. Throwing me in jail and stealing my house out from underneath.
Oh, yeah, you know why he threw you in jail? Because you came and ran through his house.
After he stole my house from me.
Yeah, he didn't steal your house. That was a rented house.
No, I was Coral Reef. The day he sold Coral Reef and kept...
And also because you poured gasoline all over it.
You don't understand things, Danny.
You don't either, Mom. You better stop saying the bad words.
Tell your father to grow up and act like a gentleman, and this could all be over in an hour.
Well, no, you should grow up and act like a woman and stop being so mad about all this. You just have to stop saying the bad words. And you won't. You're being a jerk. You're being selfish. You want everything your way. And you're not going to get everything your way if you don't stop saying bad words.
I haven't had anything, Mike.
I know, but you're not going to get it. You want it, though, but you're not going to get it until you stop saying bad words. You still won't get all of it, but you're going to get some of it at least. And you'll have to stop saying bad words.
God. We should get drunk and drive this fucking...
What's going to make a difference, Mom?
How about it just be gone off the earth?
Who cares? Somebody else would have custody of us besides you because you keep on... They think you're a bad influence because you'll be saying everything about Dad and all these bad words. And you're never going to have it unless you stop saying the stupid bad words.
You know who has custody of you?
Who?
Wonderful Uncle Barry.
Of me, that's all. And I don't want to do that, but still, Mom, you're being a jerk. You're ruining the whole rest of our life by saying these stupid bad words.
Is Red there?
No, he's asleep.
Oh, I thought I heard his voice.
He went to sleep just now.
Well, why don't you go to sleep too?
Because I have to do my homework.
You want to go run today?
Sort of. Why don't you just do it, Mom? You keep on saying all these bad words.
Your father act like a gentleman.
Yeah, I know. Well, you should tell you to act like a woman too, and stop saying the bad words. You've been mad enough long. I mean, you've been mad long enough.
No, I haven't.
Oh yeah, so you want to be mad another 2 years, and then after that another 4 years, and after that maybe another 6 years.
Your Honor, do you want to collect the transcript?
Ms. Broderick, that conversation that we just heard between your mother and Danny, that occurred sometime in 1987 while you were all living at Cypress, is that correct?
Yes.
And do you recall how old Danny was at the time?
He would have been 11.
And how was it? Can you tell us how it was that the conversation got tape recorded?
My dad tape recorded it. He was in his room when the conversation started, and then he went down and we had a button on our answer machine that could tape the conversation.
So there was an answering machine already on the phone, and you just need to push a button to record conversations on it?
Right.
Obviously, Danny was fairly upset in that conversation.
Yes.
Do you know why your dad didn't stop the conversation?
Well, it wasn't like Danny to act like that. Danny doesn't talk to people like that. So he's obviously very upset. So probably
Your
Danny.
objection calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Did your dad ever get into trouble or have problems with your mother when he would stop conversations between her and you kids?
Yes.
Can you describe that?
Because then he was interfering with our contact with Mom, and she was supposed to be able to contact us and call us. And so then in court, and that would raise problems for him that he was interfering in our contact with my mom.
So if she called and he would prevent conversations.
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained.
I hadn't even gotten the question out there.
You got enough about that. I know what it was to rephrase it if you want.
Okay. Would your mother get angry if he would in any way interfere with the children talking to her on the phone?
Yes, very angry. In court, and she would go to court, and then that was, and then he wasn't supposed to do that.
The things that your mother was saying in that conversation that we just heard, the names that she was using to refer to your father, the names she was using to refer to Linda, were those kinds of things unusual for her to say?
No, that's what she called them.
Did she talk that way often?
Yes, that's what she called them all the time.
So as far as her part of that conversation, that was not an unusual way for her to talk or for her to refer to your dad or Linda?
No.
Do you recall when she started referring to them like that?
No, not really. Not specifically.
Was she, as far as you know, was she angry immediately after the separation?
Yes.
And did she continue to be angry ever after?
Yes.
Were there things that she would say to you or to your brothers that would influence how they felt about their father?
Yes.
Can you give us an example?
Well, she really hated Dad, and she wouldn't want us to like him either. So she would say things like, we just weren't supposed to tell her that if anything good about Dad or Linda. We're not supposed to talk about them. And
how would she react if you happened to say something nice about them?
She'd have a fit.
And what do you mean by having a fit?
Well, with me, then she'd probably yell at me or kick me out of her house or hang up on me or whatever. With Danny and Rhett, I don't know if she kicked them out of the house, but she'd yell at them. And it would ruin the entire day. Then she'd be in a bad mood and angry. Like if you're over there and you call them or something like that.
So even if you were over at her house and any of you called your father, she'd get upset about that?
Unless she told us to call them.
With respect to the boys in particular, did she ever encourage them to use that kind of language with respect to Linda as
Yes.
well? Would she encourage
She did.
the boys to call Linda a cunt?
Yes, she did.
And did the boys on occasion do that?
Not that I'm aware of. Not to her face.
Would she say anything to them about whether or not their dad loved them?
She said that he didn't love any of us. He just kept us to aggravate her, and that he didn't really want us, and that he was just going to get married and then dump us all and start a new family.
Did she tell the boys anything about what he would do if he had more children with Linda?
Forget about them. And that was the whole plan. That was going to get married, have more children, and then forget about all of us.
And these are things that she would say to you and to the boys.
Yes.
Did she ever encourage the boys to run away?
Yes, they did on occasion.
What would she say to them?
Well, when he would come to pick him up, she would say, "Don't go out there. Just hide, and we'll tell him that you're not here." And then he'll leave and just stay here. Don't go with them, or just pick up and leave, or take a stand up for yourself. Don't be such a wimp. Just leave. Come over here.
Do you recall an incident of her encouraging Danny to run away on Father's Day?
Yes, he did. When Dad came to pick him up, I was over there, and Danny had disappeared. So we went all around looking for him. It ended up he was up at one of his friends' houses hiding with his bike. And then I believe we got him later that day. I think we went and picked him up later that day. But we looked for him for a while. And Mom looked for him too. I mean, I don't know if she knew that he was up at the friend's house. But
Was your dad upset about that?
very upset. Really hurt his feelings. Because he had planned that we were all going to go out to dinner and stuff for Father's Day.
Do you recall her ever refusing to let Danny come over for Mother's Day? Telling him he could just spend Linda's day with Linda?
No.
Okay. If you indicated that you weren't basically allowed or free to say anything nice about your dad or Linda in front of your mother. If your mother was angry at you because you said something like that, how did you go about getting her not to be angry anymore?
Well, if you were mad at Dad, then that was good. I mean, not necessarily, okay, if she's mad at you, then you say, "Oh, well, Dad's really a jerk and I think this." But if you're upset with Dad, you could go talk to Mom and she would cheer you on. I mean, that was good that you were mad at them and that you were seeing things her way.
Were there some specific instances that she got angry at you because you did something, for example, with your dad or with Linda?
Yeah, that's why we haven't gotten along in so long.
Can you give an example?
Well, and they came to my graduation. That was a big deal. And I went out to lunch with Linda and stuff. And if I wore Linda's clothes or anything like that, it's pretty much anything.
When you indicate they came to your graduation, you're talking about high school graduation?
Yes.
Okay, and you invited your dad and Linda to come?
Yes.
And what was your mother's reaction?
She was enraged with me. That cause Linda wasn't supposed to be there, I guess. And then Dad said that she took pictures, followed him around, took pictures of him, and then he left early.
Your mom followed them around at the graduation and took pictures of them?
Yes.
And you indicated for if you went out to lunch with Linda, for example, what was your mother's reaction?
Usually I didn't tell her, but if she found out, then she was really mad.
Okay. And when you say really mad, what would she do?
Just yell at me and tell me not to come to her house and that she didn't want to see me anymore and stuff like that.
Was there an incident when you had invited her to come over and look at your apartment that you were living in?
Yeah, that was after I moved out. That was a little over 2 years ago.
Can you describe what happened?
Well, she hadn't seen it yet. I don't know why. And so she called up and said she wanted to come over. Or we ended up getting along. So then we were going to go out to lunch because we hadn't seen each other in a long time. And then, so I cleaned up the apartment and got all ready. And then I called her back like an hour later and said, where are you? Why aren't you coming over? And she said, well, I was on my way driving down the road and was right by SeaWorld. And then all of a sudden, I remember I just hate you and I never want to see you again and wish you were just dead. And you just disgust me. So talk to you later. And then hung up like everything was just dandy. And she called later and never mentioned it again. But what she was mad about was about graduation, which was 3 years earlier.
So what you're saying is that particular day when she called you and told you she decided not to come over and she was angry, she was still angry about graduation that
She
had
said
happened.
she remembered about the graduation deal.
Okay. The phone calls that she would make to your house to talk to you or any of the other kids, were they often upsetting to you all?
Well, it depends on her mood. Sometimes phone calls were like, oh, hi, kids, how are you doing? And how'd your test today go? And stuff like that. And then other times she'd be yelling at us about one thing or another, or I had some of her clothes, or we've done something wrong. It depended.
Okay.
And what was the problem? Her messages weren't, they were occasionally for us but then they would like switch to Dad.
Okay, we'll talk about the messages in just a second. I'm just talking about the actual phone calls where she would actually talk to the boys or actually talk to you. Would there be instances where they would end up being upset by the end of the conversation?
Yeah, not all the time, but yeah, a lot of conversations.
And
because a lot of those conversations were about them going over there, and that was a constant problem. So then, forget it. It was just a mess.
well, let me ask you about the answering machine. You indicated that there was an answering machine at your dad's house. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that's the basic kind of answering machine that takes incoming messages when somebody calls and they can leave a message on the phone. Is that correct?
Yes.
Were there times that your mother would leave messages on the answering machine?
Yes.
Okay, and was that fairly common?
Yes. Very common.
Would she leave messages on the answering machine that you would describe as either upsetting or vulgar?
Yes.
Okay. Was that very common?
Yes.
When would you hear these messages?
Yes.
Okay.
The answer machine was in my room for a lot of the time. And then, because Dad didn't want it hooked up anymore, so then it was in my room so that they wouldn't have to hear it. But yeah, we heard we think we heard all of them.
Okay.
I was the only person, my sister and myself were the people that checked the messages. So.
But you indicated there was a time when your dad just wanted to take the answering machine out.
He did take it out on
And
a
was
few
that-
occasions.
Was that because of the messages that were being left by your mother?
Yes.
And so rather than allow that to continue, he wanted to just take the machine out.
Right.
Okay. Why did he put it back in?
Because Lee and I wanted it there for our friends and stuff.
So you basically encouraged him to put it back.
Yeah, I think actually I just went and found it and put it back anyway.
Okay.
One time, I don't know, I only think that happened once. That's when I put it in my room. But yeah, the rest of the time, I guess we talked him back into it.
And was there more than one phone that came into the house?
Yes, his line and our line.
Well, the line, for example, if you wanted to call the Broderick house and you looked up the Broderick number, Mr. Broderick in the phone book.
Right, that was the main line.
Okay.
And then just in his office in his bedroom, then he had his own line, but not very many people called that at all.
So he had just a private line for a few friends that he had in his
Like
own.
office and us.
Okay.
And that's basically all.
Did
If it
you-
rang, no, actually, it was mostly him because we didn't have double lines. So if he wanted to call us when he was at work or something, then he would call on that line and we would know that was him. So mostly he's the only one that called that line, on that line, and his friends, but that wasn't often.
Did your mother have that number?
No,
He didn't want her to have that number.
right.
But if your friends would call or other people would call to talk to your father, they'd call the main line. Is that correct?
Yes, we weren't allowed to give up that number to anybody.
Did you ever talk to your mother about not leaving the messages, not leaving vulgar messages like that? Ask her not to do it?
Yes,
Okay. And what would her response be?
forget it. She's going to leave the messages if she wants to. It's because they didn't communicate anymore. So, I mean, that was her way to tell him what she wanted to tell him that day. And to tell us what she needed to tell us. And that was her way of communicating.
That was what I was going to ask. Were the messages that were vulgar, were they always just directed to your dad, or were they sometimes directed to you kids?
Anybody. They weren't always dead.
So if she was angry at you, she'd call and she'd leave an angry, vulgar message for you.
Right.
And if she was angry at Danny or Rhett or Lee, she'd do the same thing.
Yeah.
If she was angry at your dad, she'd do the same thing.
Right. Or sometimes I don't even think she called up angry and then she somehow got angry. So it could start out fine and then she would get angry.
Okay. Now, whose voice was on the answering machine?
Usually mine or my sister's.
I'm sorry?
Usually mine or my sister's.
Okay. So you would leave the message?
Yes.
Was there a period of time when Linda's voice was on the machine?
Yes.
Okay. When was that?
I have no idea.
Okay. Do you know why it was that Linda's voice was on the machine?
One time her voice was on the machine because Lee and I made up this long song kind of message. I think Dad was out of town. And so we left it on there and he had a fit. And then she put her voice on the machine. Then another time that happened and Dad put his voice on the machine. And then after they got married, her voice was on the machine.
Before they got married, there was just the one time that Linda had her voice on the machine?
That's the only time that I know it was on there. When I was living there. And I lived there until I left for college.
And so the other times when you had your voice on it, or your dad had his voice on it, or Lee had her voice on it, would your mother still leave these same types of messages?
Yes. Belinda's voice wasn't on it that long then.
Okay.
I think they were ordered to get it off anyway.
And I take it that as far as the messages on the answering machine, she didn't just talk that way when she left messages on the machine. She also talked that way when she talked to you all in person.
Yeah.
As far as the words that she would use to refer to your dad, the things that she would say about him.
Yes.
Okay. Did she talk about your dad and Linda with sexually explicit terms?
Yes.
Would she do that with the boys?
Yes.
Did you ever talk to
She did
her?
that with the boys more than with me.
More with the boys than with you?
Yeah.
Did you ever talk to her about not doing that? That she shouldn't?
Yeah, but I mean, she wasn't going to listen to me.
Okay. Did you ever talk to her about the fact that it was upsetting to the boys?
Yes. Well, obviously, I mean, they talked to her about it, and she wouldn't stop doing it.
Okay. Did you ever erase any of the messages yourself so that others in the family wouldn't hear them?
Yes.
Why did you do
Whenever I would get them, I would erase them.
that? So a lot
Because
of
it caused so many problems. Then Dad would be all in uproar, then he would take the phone out, and then we couldn't talk on the phone, and then Danny and Rhett would be all upset, and then they wouldn't be able to go over for the weekend, and then they'd all have to go to court and fight. So if you just erased them, then no one had to know about it at all. And then maybe if there wasn't such a commotion, then maybe she just would stop doing it.
Did that ever happen?
No.
Did your mother often want to talk to your dad? Would she try to talk to him?
Yes.
And were there times when he would talk with her?
Yes.
And what
Not very many. I mean, he didn't take all of her calls.
what would happen when he would ultimately take a call and talk with her?
It lasts about 3 minutes.
Why? What would happen?
Just start yelling. And then he'd say, I'm not going to listen to this.
Wait,
Why?
who would start yelling?
Mom. And then
Thank you, Your Honor. Lack of personal knowledge. Sustained lay foundation for it.
Did you actually hear some of these conversations yourself?
yes, when I'd be at mom's house or at dad's house.
Okay.
Because when I'd be at mom's house, mom would want to talk to him. So I'd call dad and then dad would get on the phone and then the conversation would be over in 3 minutes.
So she would sometimes use you or ask you to call him so that she could talk to him?
Yes.
Okay, and you'd call your dad and you'd say, Dad, Mom wants to talk to you?
Right.
And then when he'd get on the phone, what would happen?
Then she would start yelling at him about whatever it was that she wanted to talk to him about. And then he said, I'm not going to listen to this. And then he'd hang up.
Okay. Was your dad afraid of your mother?
Yes.
Afraid of what she might do?
Yes.
Did he put in a security system, as far as you know, in his house?
Yes. When we moved in, there was a system. And I think then he got it updated. So there was a security system.
And how about gates up in the front of the house?
Yes. That was after the car incident.
After your mother drove the car through the front door?
Right.
Then he put gates up on the outside.
And you had to know an access code so you could get in.
Okay. Were there ever times that you knew of that he hired security guards?
At his wedding. Oh, yeah. Actually, he hired security guards a lot. When he would go out of town or when there was something going on, then they would park down the street and spy on our house all night.
Okay. And you also indicated at his wedding, he hired security guards? Did your mother ever threaten to kill your dad?
Yes.
Can you tell us about that?
Well, she would say it so that you really didn't believe her, though. She'd like say, well, I'm going to kill a son of a bitch. That kind of stuff. And then, but I never really took her seriously. She didn't really elaborate on it, like exactly when she was going to do this or how she was going to do this. But she said that she was going to kill him. And then she'd also just say things like that she wished he would just die, that she wasn't going to kill him, but she really wanted him gone.
Did she ever say anything about shooting him?
Yes.
What did she say?
She said she was going to shoot him. That was around the wedding time that she said she was going to shoot him. And she was going to shoot him in the head. And then she said some number, but I don't remember what the number was. It's like, I'm going to shoot him so many times in the head.
Okay. And that was sometime close to when the wedding was?
Yes.
Did she ever say anything about how other people would react if she killed him?
That the world would be a better place. That everyone would thank her and that everything would be just wonderful then.
I'm sorry, you talk fast and I can't
I'm
hear.
sorry, that everything would be just wonderful then.
That the world would thank her? Is that what you said?
That the world would be a better place and everybody would thank her.
Did you ever talk to her about, if you do something like that, you go to jail, Mom, or anything like that?
I never really sat down and had the conversation like, okay, so let's think about what's going to happen if you do this. But, I mean, like, if she'd say, it's like, yeah, sure, Mom, spend the rest of your life in jail, that kind of stuff.
And how would she respond to that?
No, I won't. No one will send me to jail. No one will believe what's happening to me. And it's on and on about that.
Did she ever make threats to kill your dad in front of the boys or to the boys?
Yes.
She would say the same things to
Yeah.
them?
In front of me. I don't know what else she said to them when I wasn't around, but in front of me, she'd say the same things, just that she was going to kill him.
In front of you and in front of the
Right.
boys, is that what you're saying? Okay. Were there any threats that she made in relation to an insurance policy or money? What would happen with the money after she killed him?
That we'd all be rich because Dad had this new insurance policy. That was. I don't know exactly when that was. That was after he got this new insurance policy, and then she said that after.
What did she say?
We'll all be rich and we'll have a wonderful life. We can all live together and we'll have all this money.
If she killed him?
Yes.
So it was in relation to saying, if I kill him, we'll all be rich and we'll all have a wonderful life.
Right.
Did she talk about killing Linda?
No. No, I don't think so.
What were her feelings towards Linda?
She hated Linda, but she never really talked about just Linda. So like Dad and Linda. So no, I don't think I ever heard her say that she was going to kill Linda.
But whenever she talked about Linda, it was always in connection with your dad?
Right. Like, what are the two of them doing? And the two of them did this and the two of them did that.
Was Linda afraid of her?
Yes.
You indicated that she would ask things like, what are the two of them doing? Did she express interest in what was going on in their life?
Very much interest. She wanted to know everything they were doing.
I'm sorry.
She wanted to know everything they were doing.
Okay, can you elaborate on that?
Yeah, like they went out to dinner. She wanted to know who they went with, where they went. And if we went on a trip, they wanted to know what we did and who we were with and what we saw. And she just wanted to know everything that went on.
Okay. Was this something that was fairly constant?
Yeah. She always wanted to know everything that went on.
About Dan and Linda?
Yes, alone and with us.
Okay. Did your mother she writes a lot, is that correct? Does a lot of writing of letters, writing on.
She had a diary that she kept.
Your Honor, may I have marked as People's Exhibit 41? And one sheet of paper with handwriting.
You can sell art. Show it, Mr. Rose.
Can I approach you with the chair?
Certainly.
If you could take a look at this sheet that's dated January 7th, 1988, People's Exhibit 41. Do you recognize the handwriting there?
Yes, it's Mom's.
That's your mother's handwriting? Mm-hmm. Your Honor, we have also agreed to a stipulation at this point, defense counsel and I, that People's Exhibit 41 is a true and correct copy of an original that is in the defendant's diary. The original is still in her diary, and this is a copy.
That's correct.
So stipulate.
And may I read that at this point to the jury, Your Honor?
All right, accept the stipulation. Go ahead.
It hasn't been entered into evidence yet.
I would offer it into evidence then.
Your Honor, I think we have a lot more testimony about the rest of the diary coming in with it.
Can we approach sidebar?
Why is it necessary to read it at this time?
Well, because I want to ask Ms. Broderick some questions about it.
Didn't ask for questions.
Well, that doesn't make sense unless the jury knows what we're talking about.
I think you're a good enough lawyer to frame the question, so it makes sense.
I was led, can I first sidebar you?
Sure.
Okay, I may read this page of the diary, is that correct, Your Honor?
Yes, People's 41's received in evidence.
There is no better reason in the world for someone to kill than to protect their home, possessions, and family from attack and destruction. You have attacked and destroyed me, my home, my possessions, and my family. You continue to repeatedly attack and steal and destroy. You are the sickest person alive. A law degree does not give you license to kill and destroy, nor does it give you immunity from punishment. No one will mourn you. That's something that your mother wrote, is that correct?
Yes.
Was your father attacking and destroying you and your possessions and your family?
Me?
Yes.
No.
Was he attacking and destroying your mother's possessions or person?
No.
Let me ask you a little bit about your father and your observations of how your father treated you and treated the kids. Not what other people had to say, but what you observed yourself. How did your father treat you?
He treated us really well. He wasn't too good at the fathering stuff at first. Then he got better, and he didn't really know how to show us emotions and stuff. He wasn't perfect, but he was a really good dad, and he tried hard.
How did he treat the boys, Danny and Rhett?
Well, really well. I think they got along great.
Did he love them?
Yes, very much. It was hard because, it's always hard, I guess, when parents get divorced because there's always a tug of war back and forth, but particularly hard in our circumstance. And, but as far, as much as I could tell, they got along great. And I know Dad adored them.
Did he love your sister Lee?
Yes.
Did you have any question in your mind that he loved you?
No.
Was he interested in the things that you all were doing?
Yes, he was. Very interested in school. Very interested in school.
How did he show his interest in school?
With always asking about our homework and helping us with our homework and waiting by the door for our report cards to come and talking to our teachers, and he's very interested in how our performance in school.
Was he, as a matter of course, was he home in the evening? Did he come home for dinner?
Yes. He came home at around 6:30.
And would you have dinner as a family, the kids and your father?
Yes.
And then what would happen after dinner?
Then we would go do our homework and Dad would do his work, and then when we were done, we'd all, I guess what normal people do, nothing. We just ate dinner and then we all did our stuff.
Did your dad help the boys with their homework if they needed it, type stuff?
Yeah.
Was, what kind of disciplinarian would you say he was?
He was strict, very strict. If we had problems, that's why we had problems, because he was really strict. And he didn't know really what to do with a teenage girl. So, while all my friends would go to slumber parties, I'm not allowed to go. And he was just very strict. But it was, you could work with him if it was something reasonable, but not slumber parties.
Okay. Did he have like a special curfew that he wanted you home?
Yeah, we had to be home at 11 and then midnight and then 1. It was changed as we grew up. And and then on school nights we weren't allowed to go out, and we had to be off the phone by a certain time. For a while we had phone hours. We had to be on the phone. We could only be on the phone during those hours. And
what about physically? Would he ever beat you or Lee or the boys when he'd get angry?
No.
He never beat you guys up?
No. No, when he would get mad. One time Lee and I were arguing, and he said, if you're going to act like babies, I'll treat you like babies. And then he put us over his knee and spanked us. that's the only time that I can remember that he hit me. And he spanked me other times when I was younger, but I mean, like, the last 10 years.
How about the boys? How did he discipline the boys if they
He
were?
spanked them. I've seen him do that, but I never saw him beat them up or hurt them or anything.
Was there ever a situation that you thought the spanking was inappropriate, for example?
No. And it wasn't just, there was reasons where he was disciplining them. But one time, they were fighting and he pulled them apart and he like not tossed, but like pulled Danny onto the bed and then Rhett on the other side. And then, I mean, they were crying, but it wasn't because they were hurt. It was because they were scared they were going to get yelled at. But that's the only time I saw him that he was more than spanking them.
Were you or Danny or Rhett or Lee, were you afraid of your dad?
Because of his temper? No.
Yeah, just generally afraid, like you had to walk around on pins and needles when you were around him?
No. I got in trouble a lot then. I was bad stage, I guess, and got in trouble a lot. But I didn't want him to yell at me, but I wasn't afraid he was going to punch me or anything.
You just didn't want to get into trouble.
Right.
And I'm assuming you indicated as a teenager you had some disagreements with your dad.
Yes.
What was there a difference between, for example, at your dad's house that there were rules and you had to do your homework and that kind of stuff? Was there a difference between that and how it was over at your mother's house?
Well, for me, I was visiting at Mom's house. So then we'd like go out to lunch and go shopping and do fun stuff. So you didn't have to study and do all that just normal routine stuff you do at home. So that was different. Well, we didn't live there, so she didn't have rules for us, but Mom wasn't nearly as strict as Dad.
How about if you would have a disagreement with your dad, would it be something that lasted forever, or would you patch it up within a period of time?
No, he'd take me in his office and then tell me what he thought and give me his little lecture, and then he'd be mad for a while, but it was over the next day.
Were the boys dressed in tatters when they lived with your dad?
No.
What's this about that the boys were dressed with holes in their shoes and?
They might have had holes in their shoes from normal wear and tear. I don't know. I didn't look at those shoes. They always looked fine to me.
When they got up to go to school, did they wear what?
They were clean and brushed their teeth and combed their hair and put on normal. You couldn't really wear tatters to our school. You had to wear collared shirts. You can't wear t-shirts. Girls had to wear skirts. So, no, I mean, they weren't dressed in tatters. I never noticed it.
Okay. What you indicated that your dad sometimes would get angry if he showed his temper. How would he show it?
With us or?
Yeah, with anybody. I
different
mean, did he hit people or did he
No.
hit things? Or?
No, he would raise his voice, but he was like very methodical. Like, okay, this is what I'm mad about. Now this is what we're going to do about it. And I mean, he didn't fly off the handle. He knew what he was talking about. He'd get mad and then sit down and say, "All right, I want to talk to you now." And then he'd yell at me.
Okay.
He didn't know, but he didn't yell and scream and carry on.
Your Honor, would this be appropriate time for a break?
Yeah, we'll take our noon recess. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be in recess until 1:30. Please remember the admonition not to discuss the case among yourselves, nor allow anyone else to discuss it with you, nor form any opinions on it until it's finally submitted to you. See you at 1:30. Have a nice lunch.
Thank you, Your Honor. I just have a few more questions, Ms. Broderick. I recognize that it's difficult to remember specifics of something that was said to you a couple of years ago. Do you recall that you gave an interview only a few days after your father was killed about the conversations that you had with your mother?
Yes.
And would it refresh your recollection, do you think, to see a transcript of that conversation?
Yes.
Your Honor, if I could approach the witness, and I'm referring for counsel's benefit to an interview dated November 9th, transcript page 4.
Certainly.
if you could take a look at the first paragraph there and just read it to yourself. Does that help refresh your recollection about what your mother said to you in that first conversation the morning of November the 5th?
Yes.
Okay. Could you tell us what she said?
Your Honor, I'd ask that if she has, that she's now reading, it appears, a document.
Do you have to read from the document to remember, or do you remember after looking at the document?
I still don't remember it word for word except one line of it.
All right, well, why don't you tell us the one line you remember without looking at the document?
What I remember it now is that she said, I had no choice. I had to do it. I couldn't let him win.
Can you remember that without looking at the document?
Right.
There's some other things said that you'd have to look at the document to remember?
Well,
It's okay if you do, just let me know.
well, exactly like that. My choice was to kill them or kill myself. Yeah, that I'd have to look at the document to remember.
Do you want her to keep going as well?
No, that's okay. What you indicated the part that you do remember. Is it fair to say that your recollection obviously was better on November 9th when you gave that interview?
Yes.
Okay. And when you gave that interview, were you telling the truth about what your mother had said?
Yes.
And that interview was tape recorded, is that correct?
Right.
Your Honor, if I could, I would simply like to read that line into evidence at this point as past recollection in court.
Your Honor, I have an objection as to that. I don't think that's proper.
Sustained.
Maybe I could keep her inside by that.
Well, I thought you already had everything and you wanted. What else do you want?
Well, there was one part of the line she indicated that she couldn't recollect independently at this point.
Let her do the read it in if that's what you want to have.
Oh,
done.
okay, that's fine.
If it refreshes her recollection, that she can't remember it without reading it, let her read it and tell you if that's accurate.
Well, Your Honor, I still have an objection as to someone just reading something and saying it's accurate, but I still don't remember it. How would she know it's accurate?
Well, let's see if that's what she says. She couldn't remember it word for word, but my understanding without reading it. But go ahead. Other than the line that you just told me you remembered, read the rest of it to yourself.
The whole thing? No, just the underline.
First three lines.
Okay.
Now, after having read those first three lines, do you recall your mother saying that? Just yes or no?
Yes.
So in your opinion, that is accurate?
Yes.
If you don't independently remember it without reading, is that correct?
Right.
Go ahead, read it.
I shot Dad and Linda. The choice, my choice was to kill them or to kill myself. I couldn't let him win.
Your Honor, I have an objection as to reading it. That's the part she said she remembered.
Not the first part of it, I believe, just the last part.
And then directing your attention to the conversation that you had with your mother from jail a couple of days after November the 5th. Did she indicate any remorse to you for killing Dan and Linda?
Your Honor, objection asked and answered.
Sustained.
Did she say anything to you about that it was an accident or she didn't mean to?
Objection, Your Honor, asked and answered.
Did not ask.
I don't believe that one was overruled.
No, she did not.
Did she say anything about it, that she just panicked or she didn't mean to have it happen?
Your Honor, objection, it's irrelevant in this meeting.
Sustained, I'm waiting.
I have no further questions.
And it's fair to say that there was a lot of things that Elizabeth Broderick didn't say during that conversation, isn't it? I mean, she didn't talk about everything, did she?
About
Objection, the question's vague. Obviously, she didn't talk about anything.
Sustained.
How long was the conversation?
maybe about 15 minutes.
And it was how many days after her arrest?
2, I think.
Okay. And had she gone to court yet?
I don't know. I don't think so.
Were you aware of her going to court at some point for her first arraignment, weren't you?
Yes.
And by the time she'd gone to court for the first arraignment, you had already talked to her on the phone, is that correct? This telephone conversation had already taken place?
Yes.
And did you write your mother any notes after the arraignment?
I think, yes, it's on her birthday. I think that was on her birthday.
That was after this conversation that you had with her in the jail, is that correct?
I think so.
You were very upset with her, as you indicated, isn't that correct?
Yeah.
And at that point in time, you had a tremendous amount of dislike for her, is that correct? Because of what she had said and her attitude and not being able to comfort you, is that correct?
Right after she said that?
Yeah.
Yes, I was upset with her.
But that upset left you very quickly?
Well, my mom has a tendency of being upsetting me, and then she was very nice to me the next minute, so it could have left me quickly. I really don't remember.
Well, do you remember writing a letter to her, talking to her about saying you don't know what to say, you love her very much, everything will be okay, telling her about taking care of the children, telling her to have a happy birthday, I will come see you, I was there, you were great? Remember writing her a note such as that?
I remember it because I've seen it since, but I don't remember when I wrote it or anything.
Well, when you said you were great, I was there, you're talking about the arraignment, weren't you?
I don't remember. I don't know when I wrote it. Do you know when I wrote
I
it?
haven't seen this letter. Your Honor, I'm also unclear about when the date of the arraignment was. I'm not sure that that's been, that a foundation has been laid by counsel that the arraignment was before this conversation.
Your Honor, she's already testified as to her recollection.
On the day of the room, I checked the court file, that's what you want.
I don't care for it. She indicated that she had the conversation before the arraignment.
This is before the arraignment.
I don't know.
She said her conversation with the client, Mrs. Broderick, was before she saw her in court.
That's true. I'm talking, but what about the foundation for that letter?
Well, I'm assuming, Your Honor, that this was after the arraignment from the contents of the letter.
Well, I haven't seen the letter, so I don't know if it's an assumption to be made or not. The district attorney is objecting, so.
Can we simply have the date of the arraignment if it's like, for one thing?
Well, the arraignment was on her birthday.
Or when's her birthday?
7th.
So the arraignment would have been the 7th of November then?
Yes, and I don't know when I talked to her.
Is that good enough? Mr. Odin as well, if you want to file.
That's fine, Your Honor, whatever.
That's fine,
Do you know when I talked to her?
on November the 9th.
Well, then I hadn't talked to her by then.
So it's your information that you would talk to your mother after the arraignment, after you saw her in court.
Your Honor,
I don't know.
I can indicate for the record, Your Honor, that the interview that Ms. Broderick referred to and looked at was November the 9th. I believe that's already stated as a matter.
That's fine, Your Honor.
All right. shows she was arraigned in San Diego municipal felony arraignment on November 7th, 1989. Okay, did you just notice of that?
Yes, thank you.
If I can show you, Al, if you can just tell me if you recognize the handwriting on it.
You've had that marked as defendant's
This is
exhibit.
F.
Thank you.
Yes, it's mine.
If you remember writing that.
Yes.
The, now you've indicated that in prior to 1984, you had been, prior to 1985, you've been living in a Coral Reef home, is that correct?
Then we moved to the rental house somewhere around then.
September of 84, you moved into the rental.
Right.
You left sometime in February, is that right?
Right.
Okay, so prior to that, you were living in Coral Reef, and then sometime after February of 84, you were living in Coral Reef, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And showing you what's been marked, Defense E for identification, do you recognize that?
Yes, that's Coral Reef.
Okay, and that's the back view of that home? Now, you indicated that where were the boys going to school in 1985 and 1986?
Parker.
And where was Parker located?
That was in Mission Hill.
Okay, and where were the friends that you had and the friends of the boys in 1985, where were they located?
All over the place.
Well, were most of their friends in La Jolla?
I don't know where their friends were. Mine weren't.
And were there complaints by the boys about wanting to move back to La Jolla because that's where most of their friends were?
I don't know about their friends. They wanted to move back to Hawaii to be with Mom.
Mr. Early, defendant's E is an 8x10 color photo of the Coral Reef house.
Yes.
Go ahead.
So you don't remember any discussions at all about them talking, was there any talk about they did not like living in Marsden Hills because there wasn't kids to play with?
I think in our direct street, but a lot of their friends live in Mission Hill, so that would be much closer to them than in La Jolla. So I don't think that was the biggest issue.
There was never, you don't ever remember having any complaints about them having no friends around their homes. When they got out of school, there'd be kids on the block to play with. You don't remember anything such as that?
On the block, yes, but their close friends from school didn't live in La Jolla. They didn't live by us.
Did they ever complain about living in Marsden Hills? At that location?
Yes.
Because they didn't like the location? Or was it just that they complained because they wanted to live with their mother?
They basically wanted to live with Mom.
You indicated that when your mother moved into her house on Calle de Cielo, it was in pretty bad shape, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And she had to put a lot of money into it, didn't she?
Yes.
Did you know why she bought, the home had a number of bedrooms and bathrooms, is that correct?
Yeah.
And as far as you knew, did she buy it to live in it by herself, or did she buy it as a family home?
Objection calls for speculation, Mr. Singh.
It's overruled if you know. She
A
ever tell
family
you-
meaning the
she ever
whole
tell you why
family?
she bought it?
Yeah. Did you ever find out why she bought it? Did she buy it because she wanted to live there by herself, or whether she was having to have the family, the children live there?
Probably to have the children live there, too. It's too big for just her.
Now, did she ever talk about the house being torn down?
Yes, she did.
And was there ever any discussion that that's the purpose of buying the house in the first place, was she thought her and your father were going to tear it down and build another house?
Your Honor, I kind of think this is hearsay.
overall. Did she ever tell you that?
Her and my father, no. She mentioned she wanted to do that. It was not her and dad together.
Now, you've indicated in 1985, it wasn't. You indicated that where the boys went to school, they were supposed to, that there was a very strict dress code, is that correct?
Pretty strict. Skirts and you had to wear collars on your shirts.
And the boys had to wear collars?
Right.
Were you aware of the boys being sent home from school because they were wearing T-shirts on rainy days with no jackets or overshirts?
No, I did not hear about that at the time.
Did you hear about it later?
At the last trial, I heard about that.
Had, this wasn't something your father discussed with you, what people or the teachers that, in some of your discussions with your father about what the teachers or principals, what people at the school had said about that?
So about the boys' dress
Boys
code?
dressing?
No.
Okay. You indicated that the boys like to dress in old shoes, is that correct?
No, I didn't indicate that.
Okay. Did the boys go to school in fairly new shoes?
I don't know. I had never looked at their shoes really. They didn't have new shoes every month. I don't know. I really don't know what kind of shoes they were.
Well, you indicated that your father was made sure that they went to school dressed appropriately.
I saw them. They always looked appropriate to me.
Okay.
They dressed themselves. I don't know what the shoes looked like.
Well, and Francis Parker wouldn't be appropriate to go with shoes that have holes where your feet touch the ground, would it? I mean, that's not what you would call appropriate for that type of school?
No.
Okay. Now, looking at this calendar, and Your Honor, I've marked a line calendar marked defendants G that appears to be the dates of January through June of 1985. What was the date that you moved out of that you were taken out of the home at La Jolla where your mother was living, your rental home, to your father's?
The day before Easter.
Okay. And assuming that that was on April 6th, that was on April 6th of 1985?
I guess, if that was the day before Easter.
Okay, assuming that that Easter was April 7th.
Yeah, then April 6th.
Okay. Your Honor, I just have a strip here reflecting that on the board.
All right.
Okay. And Danny was brought over the next day?
Yes, he was.
Okay. And Your Honor, I have a strip just reflecting the next day.
All right.
Now, showing you what has been marked as defense H and I for identification. Do you recognize these two pair of shoes?
Not particularly. I mean, they're probably my brother's shoes, but I didn't really pay attention to what they were wearing.
Well, you've seen them before your mother's arrest, hadn't you? You knew your mother had those shoes, didn't you?
No.
So when was the first time you saw those shoes?
That my attention was called to these shoes?
Yes.
At the last trial.
Okay. Now, that would not be the kind of shoes that you would call appropriate dress to send children to school in, would you?
No. No, this isn't appropriate. I don't think.
That doesn't appear to be a new shoe that just has a loose flap on it, does it? One with the hole going through?
This one, no.
Your father was a very meticulous dresser, wasn't he?
Yes.
Okay. His suits were custom made,
I don't know that.
and his shirts were custom made.
I don't know that. I know he had his name in monogram. I know they were monogrammed. I don't know if they were custom made.
And have you indicated when your mother set fire on his clothes were fairly important to him? He liked to dress very nice.
Yes, he did dress nice. Very nice.
And he had a lot of suits.
Yes.
And he had he liked to keep his shoes looking new. When they started getting old at all, even with creases in them, he'd get new shoes. But
I don't know. I assume so.
And your father would wear, when he went out, would usually wear a silk tie in his coat and would wear a boutonniere in his lapel. Is that correct?
Yes.
I'm gonna object to the relevant.
Overruled. Mr. Early, they have their foundation for the shoes. The record's unclear as to what they are. You said a pair of shoes, it appears
Oh, I'm
to be a
sorry.
single shoe.
We have, and I'm sorry, Your Honor. As far as exhibit H appears to be a Nike white with red striped tennis shoe, high top,
White shoe.
boy shoe, mid top.
Go ahead.
And defendant's eye for identification appears to be a super, or at least that's the label of a shoe that's boys tennis shoe with Velcro.
Thank you.
When you talked about the time when your mother used to talk about divorce and ask who you were going to go with. Remember that?
Yes.
Okay. And you used to tell your father you were. Did you used to tell your father you were going to go with him?
He said you don't have to answer that.
Did you then?
I think I told him, Dad and I didn't talk about it that much, but I think I did tell him once that I wanted to live with him.
Just one time you told him that you wanted to live with him?
Yeah.
Do you remember talking about the time that your father moved out of the house on the rental home? Do you remember talking to your mother about hating her, not wanting to live there?
No.
Did you ever tell your mother that, in the presence of other people, that your father had the money and you didn't have to listen to her and you didn't have to stay there?
No, I never said that.
You remember when your mother was put into custody from a courthouse sometime in 1987?
Yes.
Do you remember going over to her house the evening that she was put in custody?
No. I had her car though. I don't recall what I did.
Remember having a party at her house the night that she was put in custody?
No.
Remember about that time you weren't allowed over her house?
Why not?
Do you remember that? Remember any time when you weren't allowed over there?
No. By who?
Oh, your mother.
Well, she'd say don't come back, but maybe she said that the day before. I don't remember.
You and your mother used to have fights about you coming over her house and taking her clothes, isn't that right?
Yeah.
And you used to have fights about you coming over there with friends when your mother wasn't around, and friends would, or at least the accusations were, would raid a liquor cabinet, isn't that right?
Yes, she got mad about that. Yeah. I don't really know if that happened, but she said that my friends did that.
And there were arguments about you coming over her house a lot and basically taking all the food out of the house or having it all eaten. There was arguments about that, whether it was true or not. Isn't that right?
Yes.
And there was never a time where your mother told you that that you were not allowed at her house without her permission?
No. Wait. Maybe she said that. I don't remember.
Now, when you were living at the rental house, after your father moved out, your mother was quite upset, was she not?
Yes, she was.
And she was very upset not knowing how she was going to live, wasn't she? Where money was coming from?
Objection calls for speculation.
Sustained.
But was she saying that? You talked about.
She was upset. I don't know exactly if it was upset about money, but she was upset.
Now, You indicated that your mother always had plenty of money, is that right?
When?
Overall, too natural.
When are you referring to? Since they were separated?
Yes.
Yeah, she had money.
You said that she had lots of money, never went without, didn't you? So wasn't that your opinion?
But she never went without money. No, it did not seem to me that she was broke. She had money. She wasn't broke.
Did you know that when your father left the home that there was no money in the savings or checking accounts?
I don't know if my, sorry.
She answered it. She gone on.
I don't know of my father's financial conditions at all. I have no idea what he did with money and how much he made or anything.
Well, wait a minute. When your father and mother were married together, was it your father's money, your mother's money, or was it both money? What, do
Objection argument.
That's what she knows.
you know? Did you consider it to be your father's money?
When they were married?
Yes.
No, I did not.
Okay, so when he moved out, checking and savings accounts, obviously on that day would have been both of theirs, right?
Right.
Do you know whether there was any money in a checking or savings account?
I don't know about anybody's financial situations.
And when you were living at the, you indicated your mother always seemed to have plenty of money to spend. Your father did too. didn't he?
Right. But I wouldn't know amounts or anything. That's how it looked to me. I mean, I know how much mom was awarded in alimony, but that's only from court hearings. I don't know how much dad made. I don't know how much he spent. I don't know anything about that.
Well, you've related some conversations or some words your mother would use about your father, some language. Would she just do it in a vacuum, or would she talk about the things that were going on in her life? Maybe something in a court hearing that day, something about finances that was going on where she would swear.
I'm sorry, I don't understand what you're asking me.
Well, you've related that your mother would talk in negative terms and use bad words with your father, about your father.
Yes.
Was it always just in a vacuum, or would sometimes she come from a court hearing and she would relate what happened in the court hearing and she'd use the bad words as talking about what happened to her in court, as well as using those words?
Both times she used those words.
Okay. And sometimes she would get her a letter in the mail that would precipitate the use of the language that you've described. Is that correct?
She called them that all the time. No matter, yes, if she got a letter, then she would talk about them and talk about the letter in those terms.
So when you talked to us about your mother using this inappropriate language all the time, you had no idea what was going on in court, did you?
Sometimes, not all the time. No, I did not.
And when you had it sometimes, where would you get that information?
From mom and dad.
And you've indicated that it was your understanding that visitation throughout the whole separation was always a court-ordered visitation, as far as you know. Is that correct?
No.
Do you remember testifying at the last trial that you couldn't believe that your father would set up the visitation without a court order?
I said he wouldn't do that?
That is, was it your belief that there could not have been a court order prior to 1989 for visitation? That it was your belief that it had been set up by the court?
I just know that there was visitation. I know it was set up by the court at some time. I might have said that.
Your father, in these conversations you had with him about whether the boys should be there, he never told you that he'd gone to court and gotten an order in 1986 that denied your mother visitation, custody, or the right to talk to any of the children?
I think I knew about that order, but we didn't obey it.
Well, sometimes your father would say the order and say that you have no right to visit, isn't that right?
How long a period of time is this?
The order was, assuming the order was in July of 1986, and there was no change in it until January of 1989.
Well, I think that that's wrong.
You do? And where do you get that information? Is that something that your father said your mother's lying, there's court ordered visitation?
I had thought that there was a list and they were supposed to sign up on the weekends that they wanted. I don't know if that was court ordered or not, but that was my understanding on what they were doing.
And so when you had this understanding that your mother was being outrageous about the visitation, it was based on the fact that you thought that there was some kind of schedule that she had some control over.
My understanding was that they were supposed to, each of them was just supposed to fill in the weekends they wanted. I don't think that ever was completed. I don't think they both ever filled that in, but that they sent one, and then I think Dad filled in his. I really don't know what happened with that. I thought that there was an understanding. I thought that they had, I don't know, through the court or just the two of them, but I had understood that there was visitation before January of 1989.
And sometimes your father would let your mother talk to the children, call on the phone, and then other times he wouldn't. Isn't that right? He put the answering machine on so she couldn't get through.
Right, that's right.
Now, there was a series of calls that you listened to that you said that you knew that they were your mom's voice, the messages that we played here for the
Yes.
jury. Remember those?
Yes.
Remember there being the first three messages all relating to, why don't you check with my plans for the weekend before you just drop the kids off?
Do I remember hearing them? Yes, I do.
Do you remember your mother having a job and everyone being dropped off without any notice when she was supposed to go to work?
So I remember that happened.
Yes.
I've heard since that had happened, but I don't think I was dropped off there. I might have been at school already or something.
So that message that you heard where she is upset because the kids are just dumped off, you weren't there that day?
No, no, I don't think so.
Do you know
Do you know what year that is or anything?
Do you know what year it is?
I have no idea.
And you, where did you hear that it interfered with your mother so that she couldn't keep her job?
From Mom?
And when did you hear that?
Whenever this happened, I remember her saying that.
But did you understand why? Did you know that that there was no court-ordered support for some period of time after your father dumped your mother?
Did I know that? Yes, I did.
And do you ever remember testifying that it was your belief that your mother always had court-ordered support?
I don't think I said that. I know that I thought that they agreed on her getting $9,000 a month, and then once it was court ordered, then she got $16,000 a month.
Did you know that your father was fining your mother without any court sanctions, just taking money out?
When she vandalized the house, yes, I do. Because he said he was making repairs in the house.
Well, you also knew that he was fining her for using what he thought was inappropriate language.
Yes.
He wasn't asking the judge to fine her, he was doing it.
I don't know that, but Mom told me that. I mean, I think he did that.
Did you know that at least one month she was in there, she owed him $1,500 instead of getting any support, she owed him $1,500?
She told me that then. Yeah, I remember that.
Now, you, when you were living at the rental homes, there was a lot of rats there, wasn't there?
Yes, there was.
And there was enough rats that you could hear at night, you'd be woken up by the traps going off.
My bedroom was in the back. I didn't hear traps going off, but I'm sure there were traps going off. There were rats in the house.
A lot of rats.
Yeah, pretty many.
And there would be times when you'd hear people screeching because a rat was running across, wasn't there?
I don't remember, but it could have happened. There were lots of rats.
And you remember that your mother was calling your father and trying to get him to come back over and do something with the rats because all the children were upset?
Not particularly, but that probably happened.
Your father was a fan of Donald Flynn, isn't that correct?
Objection.
I'll make, I'll make an offer of proof, John.
I'd like to
I'd love to hear it too. Come on up.
Now, it's your recollection that that Lee and Rhett were brought over a couple months later, sometime late in the evening, is that right?
About 8, I think, around 8 or 9.
And at that time, your dad was not home?
No.
So it was just you and Danny who were home?
Right.
And do you know where your father had been?
No, I don't.
You remember what day of the week it was?
No, I don't.
Do you remember it being a Sunday?
No, I don't.
Do you remember your mother going to New York?
Yes, she went to her dad's birthday party.
Now, when you were brought over to your father's house to live, you thought it was inappropriate for your mother to have you live with your father. Is that correct?
No, I thought it was inappropriate for her to single me out and kick me out of the house.
So you wanted to stay with your mother?
Well, I thought if she didn't want the children that she should handle it differently and maybe talk about it rather than pack up and ship somebody out.
Sometime after the homicide, did you ever tell somebody that you felt it was your job to come to court and tell a different story than your mother was?
No, I did not.
Did you ever say that there was a need for a different version to come out than your mother was giving?
No, I said that Mom wasn't telling the truth and that I was going to have to go to court and testify because Mom wasn't telling the truth. That's what I said.
So it's, you felt that that was your function to come in and tell what the truth is that correct?
Not my function, but if no one else was there, then, and I'm the only person who would know, then I assumed that I would have to come in and do that.
Do you remember being asked at the prior trial about whether your mom and dad usually went into another room for their fights, when there was fights in the home?
Yes, I do.
And is that true?
After they would start fighting, then they would go into the room. But some fights, like at the dinner table, those were in front of us.
Now, you indicated that your father's way of responding to things was your mother was violent, but your father wasn't violent. Your father would kind of be meticulous about what he did. Is that correct? You don't remember your father having violent reactions?
To us. When he was dealing with us, with people.
Well, you remember your father being violent around the home, didn't you?
When he would get fed up with things, but didn't have that temper with us.
Okay. For instance, when he got mad at a lawnmower, he destroyed it with a hammer. Is that right?
Yes.
And when he got mad at a motorcycle, he tore it apart and threw it down a canyon. Is that correct?
No.
Well, he did break it up, didn't he?
I don't know what he did to it. He was in the garage. He made a lot of noise. He was screaming and yelling, and then it was gone. I don't know what he did with it.
You remember him throwing, one time when he was up in the bedroom with your mother, a closet door being ripped off the closet, thrown out the balcony, don't you?
He was not up there with my mother.
Well, he was up in the bedroom?
Yes.
Okay. And you remember him taking an aquarium and throwing it out a window on the ground, is that correct?
No, I don't remember that. I wasn't there for that. I heard about that.
Okay. And you've heard about him kicking the dog when he was mad?
Yes.
And you at least heard about him, or some allegations about pushing Rhett down the stairs?
I heard Mom say that. That's the only time I've heard that.
Well, didn't you testify that Rhett got in trouble for saying that, and your father was saying it wasn't true?
I know Rhett told Mom that, but I don't think that happened. I heard Rhett Mom told Mom that. I didn't hear him tell her.
Well, didn't you testify at the last trial that Brett got in trouble for saying that to your mother?
I don't know, did I say that?
Did you? Do you remember at any time saying that Brett got in trouble for saying that to your mother?
I don't know. I could have said that.
Well,
I
did
don't
Brett
know.
ever get in trouble for saying that you can recall now?
I don't know about that in particular. If Brett would tell mom stuff that wasn't true, he would get in trouble. I don't know.
Now, do you remember in showing you what is a dress labeled K for identification? Do you remember the rats eating at the clothes in the house?
Rats eating the clothes at the rental house.
Rental house.
No, they didn't eat my clothes.
Do you remember eating clothes that were hanging up in your mother's closet or problems she was having with them?
At the rental house?
Yes.
I thought that was at the Calle del Cielo house. I know somewhere that the rats ate her clothes, or moths ate her clothes, or both.
And did the boys ever, sometimes when your mom would yell and scream about your father, was it ever have anything to do with them going around with clothes that had holes in them?
When she would yell and scream about dad?
Yes.
Probably, among other things. I don't know.
Do you recognize, and for the record, Your Honor, labeled J is a pair of blue, appears to be boys' shorts with a full string. Do you recognize these shorts?
Yes.
And do you know who those were?
Rats are Danny.
And do you remember that your mother being upset about the boys going out in clothes like that and taking them off of them, buying clothes?
Yes, yeah, I do. Yes, she did do that.
And there were times that your mother was spending a lot of money on you for clothes, wasn't she?
Yes.
And there was times that you were complaining that your father didn't understand how much clothes cost for girls.
Right, he didn't.
Okay. And you were also complaining that you were having a hard time because when you would try to explain to him, Linda would interfere and tell him that you weren't being truthful. Isn't that right? Or that you didn't need to spend that kind of money?
She never interfered in front of me. Maybe she did that behind my back. I don't.
You complained to your mother that there was fights with your father where your father would tell you that Linda would say you don't need to spend money on the kids. Their clothes cost too much.
No. Not that he didn't need to spend money on this. That he'd say, okay, how much do you need to go shopping? And then we'd tell him, and then he'd, I guess, discuss it with Linda and come back and tell us how much we could have.
Well, there's a number of times that you would go over to your mother's house upset about the fact that something was going on and your father wasn't helping you with clothes, wasn't there?
Dances? Is that what you mean?
Dances for
For
one.
proms, yeah, that was a problem at prom and homecoming and things.
In fact, one prom night you came over to your mother's house when she was having dinner with friends and you were very upset, weren't you? Or at least you were crying.
I don't remember that she was having dinner with friends. I don't know exactly what you're speaking of. There was one year that mom took me out to get a dress late at night.
In fact, she had to go bang on the doors at a store to get them to reopen it so that you could get a dress.
Right.
And you were complaining about your father at that time, were you not?
Well, he gave me not enough money, I thought, to get a dress, so I was mad about that.
Okay. You also would come over and ask your mother for money because you weren't able to have shoes that were decent, isn't that correct?
No.
Okay, do you recognize people's L for identification?
Yes.
Okay, and it appears to be a medium heel slip-on shoe, Anne Klein.
Mhm.
Okay, do you recognize that shoe?
Yes.
Okay, and whose shoe is that?
Mine.
And Do you know how your mother got possession of that?
She took it from me.
Well, was that a time when you were complaining about not having, being able to have enough money to go out and shop?
No,
That was how your shoes normally looked?
yes,
Okay, we've seen the way you dress here. You normally dress the way you are here? You'd like to dress well, don't you?
I guess.
In fact, there'd be a lot of battles because your mother, in fact, you said your mother was a free spender. She'd love to take you out and buy you tons of clothes and then make you feel bad about all the clothes she bought. Is that right?
When did I say that?
Is it true that your mother used to take you out shopping and then make you feel bad about it because she complained that she was spending all her money on you?
She would take me shopping, and then later she would tell me that she was broke.
And she would make
And
you...
then I would feel bad because I had just went shopping with her and got all these new clothes. And now she said that she had to borrow money from people because she's broke.
Is it your testimony that's the way you like to wear your shoes?
No, it's not the way I like to wear my shoes, but I walk wrong, so my shoes get ruined.
So that shoe is just something that's not a very old or bad shoe. It's just that's the way your shoes look fairly quickly.
Yeah, all my shoes at home look like this.
And I take it that your shoes have always looked like that, even when you lived with your
Your
mother.
Honor, I'm going to have to object at this point as to the relevance of the condition of her shoes.
Sustained.
Well, can I just say something about the shoes?
Now, what was your question?
The time that your mother came over and rammed her car into your father's front door, you remember that day, is that correct?
Yes.
Was Linda over there that day?
Earlier, Linda wasn't there when the car came. I think she was there earlier in the day when Mom was there and then Dad came home. I think Linda was in my room then.
So Linda this is in 1985. Your father's at work.
Objection, Your Honor.
No,
I'm sorry, 1986.
no. When Dad came home, there was some time when Mom and Linda met each other in my room. I think that was this day. They were both in my room, and Mom said they talked for a minute. I think that was this day, but Linda wasn't there without Dad. Linda was only there when Dad was there.
Your mother came over.
And I think Dad and Linda came home after that.
So after you called up your mother, you called up your father and said, Mom's been over here. She's gonna burn down Coral Reef.
So I said, Mom is here. What do you want me to do? I didn't say she's gonna burn down Coral Reef because I didn't know that yet.
When did you find that out?
Later, after Dad had already been there, and then Mom had left, and I said, well, I think she's gonna burn down Coral Reef. That's when I told him that.
Well, when did you find it out though from your mother? Before your father got there?
Yeah, yes.
So as soon as your father arrived, did you tell him she's gonna burn down Coral Reef?
No, because she was still there.
So as soon as she left, you said, by the way, she's gonna burn down Coral Reef.
He said, what do you think she's gonna do? And I said, well, I think she might burn down Coral Reef. Yeah, that's
And when
it.
did she tell you that she was gonna burn down Coral Reef?
I think she told me that on the phone, actually, even before she got there. She said, I'll burn the house down before he'll sell it. She didn't say, right now I'm gonna go over and burn the house down.
Well, but where was that before, did she call before she came over the first time?
Yes,
So she called up wanting to know where your father was.
right.
And she said she was coming over and she was gonna burn down Coral Reef.
She didn't say she was coming over. She said, I'll burn the house down before he'll sell it. That's what she said.
And so then you call your father to let him know what's happening.
No,
Your mother shows up?
then Mom showed up. I didn't talk to him before Mom came over.
Okay, so Mom calls up and you call your father.
Right.
Did you tell your father then, because you already knew that she had threatened to burn down Coral Reef, did you say, Mom's here and she has threatened to burn down Coral Reef?
Yeah, I cannot.
You didn't mention that to him at all?
Not then. No, I just said, Mom's here. What do you want us to do?
And now after, then your father showed up and your father said, I'm
Well,
not,
she couldn't burn down Coral Reef if she was there. So I didn't tell him right then.
well,
Once she
she
left, I was like, oh, she might go do that. I didn't know she was going to.
called you on the phone, is that right? You didn't know where she was when she called you?
Right.
Okay, so you didn't know where she had been before she showed up, did you?
No,
And so you didn't know whether she had gone over to Coral Reef before she came over to your father's house, did you?
No.
Okay. So you didn't say to him anything about the burning up of the house?
I don't think I mentioned it until after she left the house.
And then after your mother came back and banged into the door, it's your memory that, do you have a vivid memory of that event?
Yes, I do.
And you indicated that you heard what you thought was a chainsaw, and your father went out to investigate it?
Dad ran out the front. We were in the kitchen. Dad walked out towards the dining room, towards the front door. I walked out towards my room and the back door.
I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry, talking too fast.
No. We were in the kitchen. Dad walked out towards the dining room and I walked.
Out towards my room and the back door.
Thank you.
Now, you indicated that as you heard this noise, you thought it may have been a chainsaw, and you could only hear your mother, is that correct?
Then it sounded like a chainsaw. Then I ran out the back. When I was down in the backyard, I hadn't heard anyone's voice until that time. Then I heard Mom and didn't hear Dad. I still don't know why I didn't hear Dad. Mom was calling to me.
Did you ever hear your father's voice over the chainsaw?
No. I heard him yell initially when I was leaving, and then, no, I didn't hear him talking or anything though. I didn't know what had happened to him or what he was doing, that Mom was talking to me or calling to me. I didn't know where Dad was.
So you heard your father yelling as he went out to where your mother was?
I think he said like Jesus or something like that when he got out there and saw it went out. Or he said that at some time. He like yelled a word. That's all I heard.
And was your mother yelling at that time?
No. No.
I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
Did you ever hear your mother yelling?
Then she was yelling to me.
Yes, you did. Only time you heard your mother do anything was when she was yelling to you, is that correct?
Mhm.
And you indicated that you went and saw your mother at the hospital?
I went out with Brad, but I don't know if we got in. I think we just went to the front. I really do not remember seeing her. I don't think you could go back and visit her. But we went to her window. That's what we went to her window.
And who else went?
Brad and I think Lee.
And when you saw your mother being taken away by the police, is that correct?
I saw her when she was already in the car. Yes, when they were driving away.
And were you there when, did your father say anything where he wanted him to take your mother?
No.
Did you ever become aware of your father asking to take him to any hospitals? Psychiatric hospitals?
Did Dad ask that? No, I don't know that.
Did you see your mother's car outside after she was taken
Yeah.
away? Did you see anything in the car?
I don't remember. I don't even know if I really looked in the car.
Did you ever see a knife?
I don't know if I just heard about the knife or if I saw the knife. I think I just heard about the knife.
And
Or if I saw it, it wasn't in the car, it was afterward, like when Dad brought it inside or something.
did your father go anywhere then after your mother was taken away?
I don't think so.
Well, did you go anywhere?
Oh, yeah, I went to my friend Heather's house, actually.
You didn't
I
go-
left.
You didn't go to Coral Reef, did you?
No.
Yeah. You know whether your father went to Coral Reef?
I left. I don't know. It was only my sister and I at home, and we both went to friends' houses.
Did you ever see a gas can in your mother's car?
No?
Did you ever see a gas receipt?
No.
Were you ever shown a gas can? Or a gas receipt?
I don't think so.
Now,
Not then. No, I don't think so.
you indicated in showing you what has been marked as People's 21 in evidence. This is a family portrait with a scratch on it. If I can put it right up here for a moment. Is this the only family portrait in the home that had like a scratch in it, or were there others? This was done, so.
I think that's the only one I heard that.
Okay. Well, you in fact were the one who discovered it, is that correct?
Yeah. It was in my room. It was either me or Lee. Somebody in my room that morning noticed it, and then I went over and saw it.
Okay. And when you indicated your mother had come over that day to retrieve some clothes that you had taken of hers,
That I had borrowed hers.
that you had borrowed of hers.
Yes. I told her she wanted to find some clothes of hers, and I wasn't home.
And I take it that she had given those clothes to you to borrow? Or had you just gone over and borrowed them?
Probably both. She lent me a lot of clothes.
And so you indicated that she was over there that night, and then that morning, you discovered this scratch, is that right?
Yes.
And had you seen that scratch before in there?
No.
And I suppose everyone in the family talked about it. I mean, I suppose that this became something that was discussed. You showed it to your father.
Yeah, I showed it to my dad.
Okay.
I don't know. It just was discussed with
Okay.
Danny Rat.
But everyone, that was the first, when you discussed it with everyone, that was obviously the first time they had seen that scratch too.
Right.
Okay. And if I can just for a moment go to another subject. You were going in 1989, you were going to school in Arizona, is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And what months were you going to school? I mean, from when to when was it?
From August to May.
May what? The end of May?
Beginning of May. May like 5th or something like that.
Okay. And then you were home,
Yes.
living at your father's place?
Yes.
And is that when that happened?
I don't remember. I really don't know when that happened.
But you do remember that the reason your mother was over that day was because of the clothes.
Yes, because I got in. It was basically my fault that Mom was over because I was supposed to brought the clothes over to her house and I didn't. So she came over to get them because there was something in particular that she needed. So Dad was mad at me that Mom didn't come over. So that sticks out in my mind.
Okay, and did anyone else even know your mother was over that night? Or did you just have to fess up to it? That was your
No, I wasn't home. I didn't know she was over that night. Someone else had told me that she had come over that night.
to get your clothes.
Right.
And
She told me to get the clothes. They didn't tell me to get the clothes.
had there been other times your mother had been over there, and there would be things going on, like you indicated sometimes she'd bring the boys back. Like for once, she brought Rhett back because he had an earache. Remember that?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you remember when that was?
That he had an earache?
Yes.
No.
Okay. But that was a big to-do when she came over and brought him back, isn't it? Were you home the night that she brought Rhett back?
I don't think so.
Well, I mean, it was in the middle of the night and he had an earache and woke the whole house up. Do you remember that, or did you just hear about it?
I think I just heard about it.
Okay.
I
Now,
think that might have been after I went to school.
okay, but you do remember, you don't remember being at home at all for that incident, is that right?
What do you think? Maybe I was just out for the night. I don't know. I didn't get woken up. If he did come home that night, I wasn't woken up by it.
Okay, but the night that your mother scratched that picture, the night she came over to get the clothes is a different night than the night Rhett had the earache, isn't that right?
I don't know. I don't know.
Well, it's your memory that the only reason that she was over the house that night.
That's what she told me that she was over there that night for.
Well, you discovered the picture the next day.
Right.
Did anyone say, yes, Mom had been here, there'd been a big to-do? You don't remember anything about that, do you?
No.
Do you remember your father writing a letter to your mother in May saying that,
Objection, Your Honor. It's hearsay and outside the witness's personal knowledge.
Well, it's about time for the afternoon recess, Mr. Earl.
if I could just ask,
What is one area? Go ahead.
Was there a ruling on the objection? I have an objection to him repeating what is in the letter if this witness doesn't know of personal knowledge.
Sustained.
well, Your Honor, I'd like to show her the letter and see if she has.
Go ahead.
You remember, you indicated that you had a discussion with your mother about whether she did that, is that correct?
Yes,
Did she deny that?
yes.
If I could have Mark, Your Honor, for a letter on stationery of Betty Broderick.
Defendant's M.
I'm sorry, Anne,
M as in Mary.
thank you.
And did you ever find out whether your father did anything about that portrait?
No,
So that was one of the things that you didn't have to discuss that with your father?
he did anything about it. I don't know what you mean.
Okay, if you could just read this letter to yourself and tell me if that refreshes your recollection as to what he might have done about the portrait.
Yes, Mama told me that he had done that. Dad, I did talk to Dad about it.
You never told your father that it was your fault that your mother was over there? Never talked to your father about that? Or he never talked to you about that?
Objection, Your Honor.
Yes.
I object to the characterization that it was Kim's fault that this.
Well, I'm sorry about the characterization. I'll withdraw the question. Did you talk to your father that it was because of something that you happened to do that your mother was over there?
Yes.
I have no further questions.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll take our afternoon recess at this time. As I told you earlier, we're not going to be in session on this case tomorrow because one of the lawyers has out-of-town court appearances that are going to take the majority of the day, and it wouldn't be beneficial to have you come in just for an hour or so's worth of testimony. So we'll be in recess till Monday morning at 9 o'clock. Please remember the admonition not to discuss the case among yourselves, nor let anyone else discuss it with you, nor form any opinions on it till it's finally submitted to you. And over the weekend, please be extra careful not to listen, watch, or read anything about this case. Thank you very much. Have a nice weekend.